Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the latest mission from NASA's Kennedy Space Center. And once again, the launch attempt to send 4 folks to the International Space Station that make up the Crew-10 mission. This will be the 10th 6-month crew rotation mission that's heading up to the orbiting outpost as part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Hope everyone out there is doing well. I'm Will Robinson-Smith, reporter for Spaceflight Now. We've got our full team back out today, getting ready to cover the launch of the Falcon 9 rocket with a Crew Dragon up top. Our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, is running the technical operations of our broadcast today. Our photographers Adam Bernstein and Michael Kane are also out preparing to shoot the Falcon 9 rocket as well. If you're not already following the fellas on X, you can find them at their handles here. Adam is at ABurn NYC, Michael Kane at MD Kane Jr. While you're there, be sure to follow Spaceflight Now, simply at Spaceflight Now. And if you're not on X, you can also find us on Facebook, Threads, and Blue Sky. We'll also be joined with tracking assistance on this Falcon 9 rocket today by our friends Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images, as well as Pete Carsons with Max Q Productions. In a fortunate repeat of what we saw on Wednesday, the weather continues to remain quite spectacular for a launch opportunity today. The 45th Weather Squadron forecast a greater than 95% chance of good weather to support the launch for today's mission. The only potential watch item for meteorologists is the upper level wind shear. But unlike heading into Wednesday, the ascent corridor recovery weather is a low risk, which is good news. Liftoff winds tracking between 7 and 12 miles per hour as well. We're currently T-minus 4 hours, 12 minutes, 25 seconds and counting to the planned liftoff of these 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut. As we're getting our coverage started, I want to thank the more than 1,500 of you who are watching with us live this afternoon. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking the like button, sharing the stream. Allow some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage as we roll on through the count. Also want to thank our wonderful moderators in the live chat back again to help us out with this marathon coverage. Our tip of the hat goes to Jeff Hansen, Rick Donner, Callistia Lee, and of course any of the other moderators. I believe actually Astro Joe was in here earlier. And if you see any of the other mods cruise on in throughout the count, be sure to give them a big old Spaceflight Now hello. We're, of course, powered by a wonderful channel member community here on YouTube who help make these live launch opportunities possible. So, thanks to folks like Angela Cagle, Sulfur for Lunch, That Opal Guy, Connie Hartman, Bridget Schult, Toasty Juiced, Kitty Chronister, My Honey, and many others. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop that is shop.spaceflightnow.com, where right now you can find the embroidered Crew-10 mission patch available now. Channel membership also affords you access to our members-only Discord server, access to member-only videos here on YouTube, and of course the ability to watch all of our live launch liftoff moments from here at the Cape in 4K. In the next several minutes, we should be getting views from inside the suit-up room at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Facility. In the meantime, though, photographers are staged, including our own Adam Bernstein and Michael Caine, getting ready to do some photography as the astronauts make their exodus out of that building. They'll be walking through that overhang you see there. If you note that banner that's in between those two poles with the NASA meatball, it's got the Crew-10 mission patch as well as the names of the 4 crew members. And you can see some photographers milling about getting ready to do their photography and capture the moments as these 3 astronauts and the cosmonaut have one more opportunity to say fond farewell to their friends and family, and hopefully today be headed off to space to begin a 6-month crew rotation mission. Going back to our YouTube, want to thank Astro Joe and Callistia Lee for gifting 1 and 10 Spaceflight Now memberships each. To our newest 11 channel members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you all with us. And if you haven't already, be sure to thank Astro Joe and Callistia Lee in the live chat, and we hope you decide to stick around with channel membership. Last little bit of housekeeping. If you have a comment or question about this mission or other goings-on in the realm of space and spaceflight, you can use the YouTube Super Chat feature. And not only will you be giving us some interesting things to talk about as we cruise on through the count, but you'll be supporting what we do here at Spaceflight Now, and that is always greatly appreciated. Seeing some well-earned love for our moderators in the live chat. If you want to help make their job just a little bit easier, you can help out by following the rules of the live chat. Number 1, please remain courteous to all folks that are here with us today. Everyone's launch could be their first, and you'd want to extend the same courtesy
Core on
to
countdown.
them.
Advanced team is in the white room, on schedule.
And as you're hearing, we are now getting mission audio from Mission Control. So we'll be doing our level best to not step over the callouts over the loops so that as relevant information is shared, we can all hear it in real time. Going back to our rules of the chat, we'd ask that you refrain from using all caps. Also, this is a apolitical space for communications, so plenty of other opportunities and channels to talk politics. This is not one of them. And lastly, if you would be so kind as to converse in English in the live chat, that way our moderators can fully understand what's happening and make sure that they do their jobs as needed. Working within all that understanding, otherwise we welcome a full, robust, and curious live chat conversation, so hope y'all enjoy yourselves this afternoon as we're currently T-minus 4 hours and 7 minutes away from the planned launch of the Crew-10 mission. As we await views of the crew inside the suit-up room, want to give you an idea of who is flying on board today's Falcon 9 rocket and Crew Dragon spacecraft. This is a picture of the crew as they were going through their training in Hawthorne, California. From left to right on the screen, we have on the far left Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov He's one of the 2 mission specialists that's flying to the orbiting outpost. This will be his first trip to space. We'll talk more in depth about each of the crew members as we roll on through the count, but just want to give you a cursory overview of who's on board. Moving on down the row to Kirill's left, our right, you have mission pilot Nichole Ayers, NASA astronaut who is also making her first trip to the International Space Station. Next one down is McClain, making her second trip to the International Space Station, a helicopter pilot. She first flew to the ISS on board a Soyuz spacecraft.
Core on countdown. Advanced team is opening side hatch. On schedule.
And good updates from the mission audio loops as we're hearing the side hatch that the crew will be going through to board the Dragon spacecraft is now being opened by the advanced team. Finally, on the far right, you have the other mission specialist who is flying today, a JAXA astronaut named Takuya Onishi.
And core on countdown. Crew handover. On schedule.
Like McClain, Onishi also flying to the ISS for a second time. So we've got 2 spaceflight veterans, 2 spaceflight rookies heading up to the International Space Station. The big city in the sky, as NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore likes to call it. Now T-minus 4 hours, 3 minutes, 56 seconds and counting. If past is prologue, there should be a T-minus 4 hour mission brief giving an overview of anything that may be out of color at that 4 hour out mark. Now getting some really nice helicopter views of Launch Complex 39A. Got some boats in the water, but we're still several hours away from liftoff, so plenty of time for those watercraft to clear out. It should not be an impediment to launch today. Certainly a nice opportunity, though, for those folks, I'm sure, to get a view of the Falcon 9 and the Crew Dragon up top before it makes its trip to space. The Dragon that's supporting today's Falcon 9 flight is named Endurance, named by the first crew who had the opportunity to fly aboard it. That was Crew-10, which launched the ISS back on November 10th of 2021. Since then, 2 other crews have had the distinction of flying aboard this particular Dragon spacecraft. Those were Crew-5 from October of 22 to March of 23, and Crew-7 from August of 2023 to March of 2024. And now just about a year since it splashed down with Crew-7, Dragon Endurance getting ready to head back up to the ISS. We mentioned the suit-up room in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Now we have live pictures courtesy of NASA from inside this space. On the far right-hand corner of the screen, you can see some of the astronaut corps who are here to help support their colleagues who are going to be heading up to the ISS later today. On the far right, you see astronaut Eric Bowe standing there with his arms crossed. A little hard to tell who is there in the middle, but there was a JAXA astronaut on the far left. Right now you're taking a look at Kirill Peskov, who is the Roscosmos cosmonaut mission specialist who is closest to us right now on the screen. Immediately behind him, that appears to be Nichole Ayers, Crew-10 pilot. While they're in the suit-up room, they're being assisted by a series of SpaceX personnel alongside their agency colleagues. Once they've got their gloves situated, they'll take a seat, as you see Nichole doing right now, and go through a suit leak check. They'll do something similar once they're actually inside the Dragon spacecraft, but they want to make sure they've got a couple different suit leak checks just to be absolutely certain that everything is operating as expected. Now T-minus 4 hours, 5 minutes and counting. And a 4-hour mark. Eventually, during the course of the countdown, the big clock outside will flip over from the picture of the Dragon spacecraft and the Crew-10 mission patch and show the actual countdown clock itself. Now T-minus 3 hours, 58 minutes, 37 seconds and counting. Taking a look at pilot Anne McClain as she is going through her suit leak check. That's why it appears a little bit more rigid than when the helmet is open and the suit is not pressurized. Of course, some of the events that we saw during the first launch attempt are not able to be repeated this go around just for practical reasons. So, for example, you see at the feet of, well, we'll see if we swing around here and show a different angle of it. At the feet of the astronauts, you can see those mission patch stickers. They've already stuck their mission patch on there, and so it's not really practical to take it off and put it back on again. Also, when they go inside the white room at the end of the crew access arm at Launch Complex 39A, they've already signed their names around the NASA meatball logo, so really not able to repeat that process as well. That part of the pre-flight ritual has already been done. Taking a look at our live chat here briefly. Want to thank a couple folks for their support as we're watching the suit leak checks proceed. Our thanks to Jeff Hansen, one of our channel members and moderators, who says, "Go Kennedy, go SpaceX, go Falcon 9, go Crew-10, and Godspeed 1090." Got a brief glimpse of the first stage booster that's flying today's mission. See in the skinny box on the right-hand side, that is the first stage booster 1090, flying for just a second time, having previously supported a batch of O3B M-Power satellites that went up to medium Earth orbit on behalf of SES, one of SpaceX's longest standing customers. Right now you're looking at mission specialist Takuya Onishi from JAXA, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. And back to Nichole Ayers. A nice look at the astronaut beach house, which is not always brought in the loop, but occasionally used still in support of crew missions. A nice spot to hang out while you're in quarantine. This beach house has had a lot of visitors over the years, extending certainly through the shuttle era. So while the Crew-10 astronauts and cosmonaut were unable to launch to space on Wednesday, they were able to make use of the beach house, which is why we're seeing some views of that now, or were. Taking a look back inside the suit-up room, it appears that the leak checks have all been completed. Launch commentator Daryl Nail confirms that the launch weather still 95% go for today, but as does happen, the forecast, which is issued publicly a day before a launch opportunity, has shifted slightly, but not so dramatically that we're expecting any great weather impacts. It was greater than 95% go with no primary concerns as of yesterday. Today, still very good, 95%. And the only difference is the presence of what you're seeing here. I'll take a look at this pad level shot. You see the cumulus clouds kind of hanging around. That's the only reason why it's not a no concern kind of a launch opportunity, that there is just that little bit that they're watching for potentially. Back inside the suit up room, you see the suit leak check for Takuya Onishi has just concluded. Fist bump from his commander and McClain. Coming over to check out, see how he's doing. Kirill Peskov just behind Ann in this shot right here.
is LD on countdown 1 with the T-minus 4-hour situational awareness briefing. We're currently counting down to a T0 of 23:03:48 UTC, 19:03:48 local time. The crew are currently getting suited up with leak checks completed at O&C. The advanced team's at the pad, opening the side hatch to prepare for crew arrival. Vehicle gases are MEOP, FTS checkouts are complete, and Dragon prop tanks are pressed. Falcon 9 has not worked any issues this time. Weather looks great across the board for launch site and descent weather. In the event of a scrub, the next available launch opportunity will be tomorrow, March 15th. Procedure 52.91 is open in the event of crew contingency from crew ingress through launch. As a reminder, the launch escape system will be armed prior to propel mode today. Hangar racks go on lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and last until spacecraft separation or after the launch escape system is disarmed. All personnel are required to stay on their locations until lockdown is complete.
And some good news that you just heard there as compared to...
MD on countdown 1D and report on Dragon Health.
Dragon is healthy, tracking no issues.
Can CE have a report on Falcon 9 Health?
Falcon 9 is healthy, not tracking any issues.
Alright, this will conclude the T-minus 4-hour situational awareness briefing unless there are any other questions.
Core on countdown, suit donning and checkouts complete, on schedule.
With that T-minus 4-hour brief now complete, what I was starting to say is, unlike Wednesday, where we did have the hydraulic issue that ultimately caused the scrub of the Wednesday launch attempt, as you heard, the Falcon team and the Dragon team are tracking no issues at this time. Certainly a much better posture to be proceeding with at this juncture. So, of course, if anything does crop up in the next 3 hours and 48 minutes, we'll be sure to let you know. The picture of Neil Armstrong there in the operations checkout building, that bears his name. This is the tradition that has continued from Apollo through shuttle and now into commercial crew, where all of the NASA astronaut missions begin right here, with folks getting suited up and preparing to take their final trip to space. About a 20-minute ride out to Launch Complex 39A. T-minus 3 hours, 47 minutes, 7 seconds and counting. Crew gathering for one more photo here in the suit-up room. Probably very intentionally, they're pictured in the same order in which they will be sitting in the Dragon spacecraft. You can see the mission patch that they collectively designed that is hanging out there behind them. All four of these folks are pilots in their own right. And McClain, a helicopter pilot. Both Onishi and Peskov are pilots of Boeing spacecraft, or Boeing aircraft, I should say. Peskov has worked as a Boeing 757 co-pilot from 2013 to 2018. When he was brought aboard Roscosmos Cosmonaut Corps. And Takuya Onishi was was a co-pilot of the Boeing 767 aircraft beginning in 2003. Right now you're watching a card game that is another long-standing NASA astronaut tradition in which they play against the chief of the astronaut office, who at this time is Joe Akaba, the gentleman on the left of your screen. Based off of what we saw before, it looks like they're playing a game, basically high card wins. The idea typically is to play until the commander of the mission, in this case, and McClain, loses. But it looks like they might be playing until all of them lose against the chief of the astronaut office. The idea is to get the bad luck out of the way here in the suit-up room so that they can move forward. And with fist bumps all around, it looks like they've completed the game. They're ready to move on with their flight.
Core on countdown, LIO seals removed, and installation complete. On schedule.
Time now T-minus 3 hours, 43 minutes, 39 seconds and counting. Now that the 3 astronauts and cosmonaut of the Crew-10 mission have finished their suit-up process and have done their suit leak checks, got the card game out of the way, we'll soon be seeing them walk out of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building here to board those black Teslas that you see in front of the barricades. Now currently T minus 3 hours, 40 minutes, 33 seconds and counting. Got about 20 or so minutes before we are expecting to see the crew depart from the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout facility and make their way out here to Launch Complex 39A. We'll see them walk out of the O&C building just a few minutes ahead of that point to say their final goodbyes to friends and family before they board those black Teslas. Taking a look at the pilot or the commander of the mission, this is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, 45 years old, born in Spokane, Washington. She is a colonel in the U.S. Army and was selected as a NASA astronaut as part of the 2013 class. As I mentioned, this will be her second trip to space, and to date has spent 204 days, 15 hours, and 16 minutes off Earth. Last time she flew was part of the Soyuz MS-11 mission, and while on the space station, conducted a total of 2 EVAs, or spacewalks, with a total EVA time of 13 hours and 8 minutes. Moving on to pilot Nichole Ayers, 36-year-old, born in San Diego, California. She's a member of the 2021 NASA astronaut class, the newest class of astronauts, and she's the first member of her class to head up to the International Space Station. As you can see, she was a graduate of the U.S. Air Force Academy in Colorado, earned her master's degree in computational and applied mathematics from Rice University. A combat pilot, she has more than 200 combat hours conducted in Iraq and Syria, and has a total of more than 1,400 flight hours. First-time flyer heading to space. Mission specialist Takuya Onishi from the JAXA, Japanese Space Agency, selected as an astronaut in 2009. Onishi is a graduate of the University of Tokyo with a degree in aeronautics and astronautics. Also a pilot, he worked as a co-pilot for Boeing 767 aircraft beginning in 2003. He's also spent a good bit of time underwater as part of NASA's NEMO underwater research, the NEMO 15 mission, which happened back in 2011. Making his second trip to space, first time around he spent 115 days, 2 hours, and 22 minutes as a part of the Soyuz MS-1 mission. Final flyer today, Kirill Peskov, 34-year-old, born in Kyzyl, Tuva, former Soviet Union. This cosmonaut was appointed in January 2021 as a cosmonaut. Also served as a co-pilot for a different Boeing aircraft, a 757 from 2013 to 2018. And here are some of the mission milestones that we're looking for later today. Since we created this graphic, actually NASA adjusted the liftoff time by about 2 seconds. So launch is actually at 7:03 and 48 seconds, or 23:03:48 UTC. The Dragon spacecraft set to separate from the Falcon 9 upper stage at about 7:13 and 40 seconds. Docking with the International Space Station is on track for about 11:30 p.m. or 03:30 UTC on Saturday, March 15th. Time now T minus 3 hours, 34 minutes, 4 seconds and counting. Taking an overhead look of the transport Teslas that are getting ready to take the Crew-10 astronauts and cosmonaut out to Launch Complex 39A. And photographers also getting ready to snap some of those final moments with friends and family as they make their trip out to the launch pad. Each crew has different vanity plates that feature their mission number somewhere in the message on the license plate. As you can see, the 10 very conspicuously but well placed in the liftoff there on the back of Tesla number 2. The pairings for the trip out to the launch pad, we'll see Commander Ann McClain and pilot Nichole Ayers riding side by side. And then JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi and Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov sharing the other Tesla. Given that it's a little toasty today, the family and friends have been inside a different part of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building until now. You're seeing them make their exodus and get prepared to wave off their family members. Each of the astronauts' family has a different member of the astronaut corps who's designated to be with them during this process. It was a little hard to see there, but I believe the astronaut from JAXA, who is currently with Takuya Onishi's family, that looked like it was Aki Hoshide, a JAXA astronaut who flew as part of the Crew-2 mission. Now T minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, 38 seconds and counting. Keeping a close eye on those doors, which will be opening here in the next few minutes. We'll see Crew-10 emerge and have a few minutes to spend with their family and friends before they go in and hop in those black Teslas. And this will be their ride to space. This is the Dragon named Endurance. Just out of frame beneath the trunk of the Dragon spacecraft are the clamp arms that attach to the transporter erector, which is just to the immediate right of the vehicle. That was the sticking point and the reason why this mission was unable to launch during the original attempt on Wednesday. T-minus 3 hours, 27 minutes, 1 second and counting. Peering down the hallway of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building now as we're awaiting the crew to head out from the suit-up room, walk down the hall to the elevator, prepare to make their way to the doors here. Where lots of folks are eagerly waiting to see them for one final time. In the box on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see the headquarters building. That is the one on the far right in the box on the left. To the left of that is the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout facility. You can actually see a little bit of twinkling of some of the support vehicles that are just beyond the tree line. And in the middle, in the far distance, that is the payload processing facility. Just to give y'all a sense of where we are and looking at this view coming from the top of the vehicle assembly building. As they cruise away from this spot, they will be supported by those security vehicles that you see there. The convoy process takes about 20 or so minutes once it actually gets rolling. Now T-minus 3 hours, 24 minutes, 56 seconds and counting. The astronauts should be making their way to the elevator here in the next minute or so.
Core on countdown, advanced team work complete, ready for crew arrival. Commencing crew walkout and ONC departure. On schedule.
And as you heard, and more importantly can see, the crew making their way to the elevator now. Waved off one more time by the support team here at the ONC, including the chef bearing all those mission patches that you see next to the wall. One last smile and wave to the camera, and off they go. We should be pivoting now to the outside, where in the next minute or so we should see them walk out those doors. As we await the astronauts to step through those doors, want to very quickly thank Walking Roscoe for a $10 super chat, saying, "Thank you for the feed. This brings me back to my childhood fascination of space." A nice side-by-side here, the current location of the astronauts and their soon-to-be destination, Launch Complex 39A, there on the left-hand side of your screen. And a whole host of folks eagerly awaiting their arrival. The woman in the blue blazer and the pink hat, that is Vanessa Weish. She was formerly the Center Director of the Johnson Space Center, now currently serving as the Acting Associate Administrator for NASA. And a closer look at some of the various mission patches for crews. Before, you see those SpaceX personnel have exited the building. And we should see the crew not too long after them. Doors open at T-minus 3 hours, 20 minutes, 40 seconds, and there they are. On the right, and McClain. Nice little cheer. Joined alongside Nichole, Ayers, the mission pilot, and mission specialist Takuya Onishi, and cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. The whole process of a crew mission, a very well choreographed movement series, or series of movements. Each of these astronauts and cosmonaut very specifically placed that they can stand in front of their family and friends as they get ready to say a fond farewell and very soon depart in those transport vehicles you see behind them and make their way up to Launch Complex 39A. As a reminder, Anne McClain and Nichole Ayers will take that ride together in the middle Tesla, and the one in the rear will be shared by Takuya Onishi and Kirill Peskov. They just have a few minutes here with their friends and family, obviously keeping that separation in order to maintain their quarantine status. It's an important part of this since, as we saw with the launch scrub on Wednesday, if they did need to step back and do this all again, you don't want to break the quarantine protocol. But once they are in their Teslas, the family and friends will have one more chance to get a little bit closer and give them their final goodbyes, if all goes well today. Part of the process you're seeing here with that SpaceX crew member working to secure that umbilical to the suit. It's part of the cooling unit there. While I have no doubt the AC is pumping in those Teslas, the flight suits themselves are very well insulated, and so you want to make sure to have a fresh source of cooling air in order to make sure that the astronauts are as comfortable as possible for their final trek. Now T-minus 3 hours, 17 minutes, 24 seconds and counting. As these astronauts and cosmonaut are getting ready to say goodbye to their family and friends, we're about to say hello to a friend of ours, part of the team that is with the Commercial Crew program, to talk about this mission, the crew, and the process of getting them ready to head to space for their 6-month mission. So as we're seeing the crew depart, we're going to pause our commentary, but don't go anywhere. You're watching live coverage of the Crew-10 mission from Spaceflight now. We've got that special guest right on the other side of the crews hitting the road.
Core on countdown. Crew have left the ONC on the way to the pad. We're on schedule.
And welcome back to our live coverage here at Spaceflight now of the Crew-10 mission, about to head up to the International Space Station, and we're just a little more than 3 hours away from the crew taking that flight up to the orbiting outpost. And as we did with our last launch attempt, we are fortunate to be joined by a round of special guests. First up to bat, Mr. Steve Sysloff with the Commercial Crew Program Office. Steve, always good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you, Will. Glad to be here.
Glad to be here. Glad the weather is still cooperating. Looks like it might get a little dodgy going to the weekend, but today still feeling pretty good.
We have 95% plus today. We do not let the forecasters tell us 100% go. but it is 95% plus go, and as you can tell, it's spectacular. So really looking forward to everything going on time tonight.
Perfect. And obviously the last time we were here, they were working a hydraulics issue that was unfortunately preventative of the launch moving forward. It was able to be resolved on Thursday. Can you give us a little bit of insight into what the SpaceX and NASA teams were looking at and how they were able to resolve that?
Sure, it's ground support equipment. It was, and it's basically the clamp arm, and it's powered by a hydraulics system, just like a heavy piece of machinery. And it just had some air in it. Some air had become trapped in it, and they were able to flush out the air. They couldn't do it on launch day the other day. They gave it a few tries, but couldn't get it all out. They were able to do that yesterday, really with no problem at all, and got that sorted. They've tried it a number of times since then, and we are looking real good.
Perfect. And last time we talked about the crew, for those who may not have been watching our last round of launch coverage, Steve Syslov has been back and forth so many times between here at the Kennedy Space Center and the Johnson Space Center. You've had a chance to really get to know these four folks. Describe them maybe in comparison to some of the other crews that we've seen fly, because this time around you've got four pilots in their own right.
Every mission is unique, every crew is unique, and in this case, having four pilots is a bit unusual these days. Ann McClain, a colonel in the U.S. Army, she flies helicopters. Nichole Ayers, her call sign is Vapor, and she flew F-22s in the Air Force. She's a major in the Air Force, so flew F-22s, graduate of the Air Force Academy, and also qualified for T-38s, which I mentioned because the T-38s that she is qualified for is as an adversary against the F-22s. So really very capable woman, very capable pilot. And Takuya Onishi and Kirill Peskov, different countries, Japan and Russia respectively, but they flew Boeing airliners in their careers. So all of these are very accomplished aviators, different levels of experience when it comes to space flight, but really you're looking at a very accomplished group. And really that kind of sense, I think that's something that they use as a common language among the four of them.
Well, and speaking of common experiences, obviously you never ideally want to see a scrub of a mission, but you fly when you're ready is the important adage here. As we were getting ready to see the astronauts come by the vehicle assembly building, what are the astronauts, really up to when you have an extra day like that and you have some more time on the ground to contemplate their mission and maybe spend a little time with family?
They have family and friends in town, so when they get an extra day, there's room in the calendar, and they'll do some events. Events is probably too strong, but they'll have some engagements, with family and friends that are around. Anne has posted on her Twitter feed a number of times, on her X feed, about different groups that are in town with them that they've seen this week. For Anne, it's the Army volleyball team that she was part of. Nichole, for Nichole, it was the Air Force volleyball team, and for Anne, it was the Army softball team. So they met them here during a chance, I think a couple days ago. And it's not too tough to fill up a calendar, even though you're very excited for launch that's coming up.
And we're seeing the astronauts approach here. We're going to take that full screen. Apologies for the extra noise. The helicopter that's helping to support the video here kind of overtaking us just a little bit. But this is a site that we've seen now a number of times. This is the 10th crew rotation mission for NASA heading up to the ISS. See, when you take a second and think back at, all of these different crews that have gone to the station, what does it mean for you in your mind that we are now at number 10, number 11 if you want to add on Demo 2 as well?
It happens a lot faster than you think it's going to. This program started in 2010. I was here working parts of it then, and I've been working, with it ever since, really, in different perspectives and everything. And to get to 10, that's really a testament to the work that NASA and SpaceX and Boeing have all put in to this program to make it successful. This replaced shuttle to a degree. It at least brought back that ability to take Americans into orbit on an American spacecraft. So when all that is just being formulated, back in 2010, and then with the other contracts developing through 2014 and everything like that, it all seems very far away. And then the next thing you know, you're standing watching the 10th crew go by, the 10th rotation for the 10th rotation mission. I mean, it all moves fast.
And you mentioned Boeing, obviously the other commercial crew partner in this venture as well. And one of the goals of commercial crew is to have a dissimilar redundancy so that in the event of, what we've seen with Starliner having to come back undocked, you've got an option to, continue the crew rotation missions basically on schedule without disruption, right? That's kind of the intended point of having two.
A primary goal is to have two different spacecraft, two different space transportation systems. Like we've seen, Starliner, they came back uncrewed for this one, and the Crew-9 crew is coming back on a Dragon. When you have a different rocket and a different spacecraft, it's all about the flexibility, and the space station depends on these missions coming up from Earth, both for crew and for cargo. So you definitely want to have as much redundancy as you can, and this is a very capable program to meet those system demands.
And, just lastly, as we're about to see this crew head to the station here in the next roughly 3 hours, what's kind of your hope for them while they're on station? They've got a lot of science, a lot of technology demonstrations, a lot of visiting vehicles over the next 6 months.
And the crew, they never lose sight of the big picture. They know they're going up there, they're going to perform a lot of different experiments, a lot of human research that is focused on deep space missions, the future missions to the moon and Mars. And they never lose sight, though, of what that means to us on Earth. And Anne, when the crew arrived the other day, and Anne spoke a little bit about the value of the station as a microgravity research platform, she really had a sense of awe in her voice. She's flown there before. She spent more than 200 days up there. And when you're doing that kind of research, because it's very detailed, it's very specific, they're going to spend several months doing that kind of work. And it's really exhilarating for the researchers and for everybody who really benefits from all of that work. It's really exhilarating to them that she always puts it in the context of the larger purpose of doing this kind of work and this kind of research.
And also, as she said, you can go far when you go together, and having 3 different nations flying on this Dragon is exemplary of that.
Absolutely. None of them are really in for it just for themselves. This is something where they're going to work as a team. They're going to join the crew that's already up there. There's going to be a handover, and Crew 9 is going to come back, but there's going to be 7 people up there on the station, and they're going to live and work together for 7 months. And having that variety of stuff, it really gives them a sense, because they're performing research that others have done. They're basically an extension of these other research teams, and you have to have a certain selfless capacity for that, to put in that work, because it's a lot of work, but they're very good at it.
Absolutely. Steve Sisloff, you're very good at what you do. Appreciate you joining us today, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you. It's great to be here at Go Crew-10.
Go Crew-10. And of course, we have a much more coverage of the Crew-10 mission, including talking a little bit more about the gorgeous weather that we have today with one of the launch weather officers of the 45th Weather Squadron, and talking a little more science with our friend Pat O'Neill with the ISS National Labs. So don't go anywhere. Much more coverage on Crew-10 coming right up.
Core on countdown. Crew have arrived at the pad. On schedule.
We are now T-minus 3 hours and counting to the launch of Crew-10. 3 astronauts, 1 cosmonaut heading up to the International Space Station on board the Crew Dragon Endurance. If you're just joining us now, I'm Will Robinson-Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now. So good of you to be with us today. As you can see here, I've got a nice panoramic shot of Launch Complex 39A on your left, and the crew hopping out of their Dragon space, or excuse me, their Teslas on their way up to the Dragon on the right. Launch Complex 39A has gone through quite a number of changes over the decades, having supported missions throughout the Apollo era and a number of space shuttle launches. It has now been leased to SpaceX for their Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy and soon to be Starship rockets. Coming up here shortly as the helicopter continues to circle, we should get a nice little cameo by the Starship Tower, currently going through environmental approval before SpaceX can begin to use that in support of future Starship launches. During a recent update amid the Flight 8 mission down at Boca Chica, SpaceX noted that they intend to launch from Launch Complex 39A, one of their Starship rockets, by the end of this year. So lots of ambitions for that program from this pad. Also a change coming to this pad as part of the ever-evolving landscape out here at the Cape is Launch Complex 39A and quite likely Space Launch Complex 40 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station will soon be home to the landing zone pads that are currently being used at landing zones 1 and 2 over at the Cape. Their location is Space Launch Complex 13, but soon that will be taken over by Via Space, which is based right here on the Space Coast, as a matter of fact, in Cocoa, and Phantom Space. In fact, just earlier today, a draft environmental assessment went out for folks to comment on the changes coming to Slick 40. You can find out more information on that by heading to our account on X, where we posted a link for you to submit your thoughts and comments to that and learn more about those changes. Bringing it back here to Crew-10, you see Mission Commander Nichole, and McClain and Mission Pilot Nichole Ayers leaning back, taking a look at their ride to space, a moment that has been repeated now by basically all of the crew heading up to the International Space Station. You can see a couple of members of the closeout team from SpaceX there, referred to as the Ninjas, given their attire. As we watch these two head to the elevators and click that button, that'll lead them to the top of the elevator shaft to space, is what the button is called. I want to thank the 6,300 plus of you who are joining with us live this mid-afternoon. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by, as channel member Captain Action suggests, clicking that like button and sharing the stream. Allows more folks to find their way to this live launch coverage as we get ready to see these 4 folks head up to the International Space Station on board the Dragon Endurance. We're also getting tantalizingly close to 350,000 subscribers here on the channel. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button, now is a great time to do it. Help us cross that threshold. I think we can make it by the time we close out this 4-hour plus stream. There you see Anna and Nichole making their way around to the stairs, because while the elevator goes up to a certain point, you got one more flight that the astronauts have to climb physically in order to actually get to the level where the crew access arm is located. Couple of fist bumps for these members of the closeout crew who have been helping Nichole and Anne throughout this whole process and through training. And there you see Takuya and Kirill coming out of their Teslas now on the box on the right-hand side as Anne and Nichole make their way down the crew access arm. The Falcon 9 rocket that will be supporting these 4 members of Crew-10 is tail number B1090. First flew back on December 17th of 2024, sending up a pair of O3B M-Power satellites to medium Earth orbit on behalf of one of SpaceX's longest-standing customers, that is SES. And as you're seeing, Anne McClain, Nichole, Ayers walking side by side, feeling pumped. Hopefully got the pre-launch jitters out during the first launch attempt that we had on Wednesday. Simulating signing their names by the NASA meatball.
Core on countdown, crew in the white room.
They've got 2 layers of zippers, as you may have noticed in their gloves, so while they're more easily able to close the first pair, they'll have a couple members of the closeout crew help them with their second pair of zippers on the gloves. Meanwhile, you've got the second half of Crew-10 that are making their way now onto the level with the crew access arm. Those arrows that you're seeing there on the ground, those lead to the emergency egress system. If needed, SpaceX and NASA have a slide wire basket system here at Launch Complex 39A, where if the Dragon hatch has not closed and the escape system been armed, both the astronauts as well as the closeout crew can take those slide wire baskets and make a fairly quick escape from the launch tower in the case of an emergency. Part of the crew rating of Space Launch Complex 40 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station was also adding an emergency egress system. Notably different, though, than what you see here at Pad 39A, where here they use a slide wire basket system. At Pad 40, they have more of a big red slide chute, which is currently scrunched up in a series of boxes that are at the level of the crew access arm. In the event of an emergency there, those slides would be deployed and the crew would...
Core on countdown, crew ingress started, on schedule.
Hop inside. Taking a look inside here, you can see that Nichole Ayers is now stepping into the Dragon spacecraft, following the lead of Commander Anne McClain. And now here come the mission specialists, Takuya Onishi and Kirill Peskov. Onishi making his second trip to space, Peskov his first. As with the case of when you're driving in your car or riding as a passenger, you want to make sure you've got your seatbelt on in the correct fashion, wearing it nice and snug. It's no different than when you're flying to space. You want to make sure that harness is safely secured, and fortunately, they've got the folks that are part of the closeout crew there to help make that just a little bit easier and assist the crew in any part of this process that they may need. See Commander Ann McClain getting her iPad situated to her left thigh there. All the crew members will get those iPads strapped to their legs once they are seated and fully buckled in. Now T-minus 2 hours, 47 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. Assuming all goes well with this mission and the weather cooperates with what's coming up tomorrow morning, this is poised to be the first out of 3 Falcon 9 launches across all 3 of SpaceX's launch pads here in the United States. As you see on the right-hand side of your screen, Takuya Onishi has made it to his seat, and now Kirill Peskov, rounding out the crew, just settling into his. Crew-10 set to lift off at 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 23:03 UTC. Assuming all stays on track, that'll be followed by the launch of Transporter 11 or Transporter 13 from out of Vandenberg Space Force Base at 11:39 p.m. Pacific, 2:39 a.m. Eastern, 06:39 UTC. And then back here in Florida, we've got the planned launch of the Starlink 12-16 mission, getting ready to lift off, if all goes well, at 6:31 a.m. Eastern, 10:31 UTC. This begins a busy launch weekend for American-based launch companies, since you have not only these 3 Falcon flights, but nestled in the middle between Crew-10 and Transporter 13, down in New Zealand, you have Rocket Lab, who is targeting a liftoff of their next Electron flight with a mission for Japan-based company IQPS. The flight's called The Lightning God Reigns. And later on Saturday, you have, back in California, a launch of Firefly Aerospace's Alpha rocket, their 6th Alpha to take flight on behalf of customer Lockheed Martin. That flight called Message in a Booster. So it is once again an exceedingly busy time covering commercial spaceflight, and we certainly appreciate you being right here with us at Spaceflight now for all the action. Now currently T-minus 2 hours, 45 minutes, 20 seconds to the launch of Crew-10. Now T-minus 2 hours, 41 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. As work to make sure the crew are fully settled in their seats continues, we've got a little less than an hour until the Dragon hatch closure process is complete. Once the astronauts and cosmonaut are fully determined to be well situated in their seats, they'll go through some comms checks and then perform a suit leak check. Once all that is done, the seats will be rotated into their launch position, so the astronauts will be on their backs. While comfortable for launch, they of course want to make sure that they spend a minimal amount of time on their backs as possible, since after a certain point it becomes quite uncomfortable from what we've been told. Now T-minus 2 hours, 39 minutes, 39 seconds and counting. The crew that is inside Dragon Endurance is the fourth that will be making a trek to space inside this particular spacecraft. You're looking at photos and timelines from the previous three crews that have shared this particular vehicle. Crew 3 flew from November 10th, 2021 and splashed down on May 5th of 2022. They were followed later that year by Crew 5, which lifted off from the Kennedy Space Center at Pad 39A on October 5th and returned on March 11th of the following year. And then that August, Crew 7 took flight on August 26th and splashed down on March 12th. So just about a year since the last time this particular Dragon flew. And in fact, this was not the Dragon that was intended to carry this quartet to the International Space Station. SpaceX has been working to debut its latest Dragon spacecraft with the tail number C213. However, that vehicle was determined to not be ready in the timeline in which NASA wanted to fly its next crew rotation mission to the International Space Station. So ultimately, the decision was made to move this Dragon up from its planned flight, supporting the AX-4 mission, and instead use it to fly Crew-10. Once this crew is docked to the ISS, they will perform a short handover period with the Crew-9 astronauts. That handover of just a couple of days, fist bumps all around as the closeout crew make their exit from the Dragon capsule. Now you're seeing the vehicle from the outside as the work to secure the side hatch begins. The four members of Crew 9 getting ready to make their departure from the ISS. Those include NASA astronaut and member of the U.S. Space Force, Nichole. Other original Crew 9 member, Alexander Gorbanov of Roscosmos. And the two Starliner astronauts who originally flew to space on the CST-100 Starliner spacecraft last year, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who will be traveling back to Earth on board the Crew Dragon named Freedom, alongside Nick and Alex. That crew set to return to Earth next week.
Dragon, Crew-10, good afternoon. We're in 4 knot 100. We're complete through 1.3 and 1.4. We're ready for com checks.
SpaceX copies and stand by for umbilical com checks. Commander, pilot, MS-1, MS-2, com check.
Loud and clear.
Clear. Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
And core, loud and clear. Umbilical com check is complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
Okay. Dragon, step 1.7, ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX copies will report when initiating. Dragon, SpaceX, initiating seat rotation.
Copy.
And a smile and wave to the cameras as the seats are rotated back into the launch position. They're inside the Dragon Endurance spacecraft. Now T-minus 2 hours, 32 minutes, 40 seconds and counting.
Dragon, SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
Copy.
Dragon SpaceX, go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
Dragon, Section 2 in work.
Now T-minus 2 hours, 29 minutes, 51 seconds and counting. As the Crew-10 astronauts and cosmonaut are now a little less than 2.5 hours away from their planned departure from Earth. Let's wind the clock back a little bit to earlier this week as we saw the process of getting some of the infrastructure ready for them to head to space. We begin, of course, with the rollout of the Dragon spacecraft Endurance atop the Falcon 9 rocket out of the hangar at Launch Complex 39A out to the launch pad where it was brought into launch position. Nice little peek at the moon right there on the left-hand side of the screen. That was followed by a dry dress rehearsal on Sunday where the astronauts, who you saw earlier in the broadcast, roll out to the pad. You see some video that our own Stephen Young took of them heading out there. The crew then went through a full dress rehearsal of what we saw today, them walking...
Dragon 2.9, care complete, ready for leak checks.
Walked to their spacecraft.
SpaceX copies. You are go for Section 3, suit leak check.
That was followed by a
Go for Section 3, suit leak check.
static fire test of the Falcon 9 rocket, which you see here. That was also conducted late Sunday night. Part of the static fire is just the normal shakeouts that SpaceX and NASA do ahead of all the other crewed missions. But additionally, a week prior to that, we had the fuel leak issue that cropped up on a different Falcon booster, B-1086, which resulted after its touchdown on the drone ship. Just read the instructions. That booster had a fire that broke out in the engine section, which ultimately resulted in its destruction. If you want to see some video of the aftermath of that and what happened with that mission, we've got a video on our channel right now. So you can watch that for yourself at your own leisure. But part of getting ready for this mission with that static fire was to make sure that they weren't seeing similar concerns with fuel leak on this particular booster that's supporting these 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut. And while they did not detect a leak, which is certainly a good thing, they also, as of the last time that was brought up, had not closed out the investigation that resulted in the fuel leak. So a root cause, as of its last mentioning, has not been determined. But they did make a determination that they were comfortable with where they were to proceed forward with the Crew-10 mission. This is verbatim from NASA's last update on that leak following the launch readiness review that was held ahead of the first launch attempt on Tuesday. The launch readiness review was on Tuesday. The launch attempt was on Wednesday, of course. But NASA said in a statement posted to its Crew-10 blog, and I'll quote, "A summary was also presented to NASA leadership with the latest findings stemming from a recent post-landing fuel leak and engine fire on a Starlink Falcon 9 booster. Teams reviewed data from Sunday's static fire on the Crew-10 booster's first stage, inspected the booster's engine bay, and conducted sniff checks without any indication of leaks. NASA leaders determined that while the root cause of the Starlink post-landing fire is still under review, there is sufficient evidence to provide clearance to proceed with the crewed launch." End quote.
Dragon, suit leak check complete for nominal seats.
SpaceX copies and concurs. Closeout team will now perform final closeout steps next to the capsule. Proceed to Section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close the hatch.
Copies will proceed to Section 4 and report ready for side hatch closure.
Dragon SpaceX, we got a question for MS2. Would Seat 4 like their Valsalva installed for launch?
Dragon, affirmative. We would like that Valsalva, thanks.
Copy the affirmative. Stand by 1.
So, for those who may also be scratching their head of what the Valsalva device is that is currently being installed, essentially it's a little block of foam that can be added to the inside of their helmet. In this case, it's being added on behalf of Mission Specialist 2, the cosmonaut, who, if needed, can place their nose on it and essentially blow against it. If you think of when you get your ears kind of plugged up and you need to hold your nose to clear your ears, this is a hands-free way to do that. And similar devices are also installed for scuba dive helmets, or you can just do it, some folks by swallowing, some folks by holding their nostrils closed and blowing, just to help clear that pressure in their ears if needed.
Dragon, that is complete. Crew is ready for Section 4.
Core copies will be with you in Section 4. And Dragon SpaceX, for one more ask following that install for Valsalva, we'll look for affirmation that crew is go for hatch closure.
Dragon crew is go for hatch closure.
SpaceX copies. The closeout team is taking final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Stand by for some state transitions before we get into pad hatch closed. A reminder, at this time, ensure all items remain secure from now through launch.
Copy.
Time now, T minus 2 hours, 19 minutes, 1 second and counting. As the Dragon side hatch closer process continues on, that work will move forward until about T minus 1 hour and 55 minutes when the hatch closure should be wrapping up. Closeout crew will then gather all of their belongings and depart, clear the pad, and make their way over to Space Launch Complex 40 so that if they are needed to return to Launch Complex 39A, they're not too far away. Taking a look at our live chat here, I want to thank the 7,400 of you who are watching with us live. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking the like button, sharing the stream. Lots more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage today. Also want to thank Heidi H for a $5 super chat. Appreciate you, Heidi, who's checking in from Evanston, Illinois, hoping for a safe and smooth launch. I have very fond memories of Evanston, Illinois, being a Northwestern University grad myself. Go Cats. As you can see, the hatch is now being very carefully closed, and once it is secure, they will do a thorough check around the perimeter of the hatch and review all the sensors and make sure that they're not getting any FOD or a foreign object debris notification. Something as small as a human hair is enough to trigger a FOD warning. They want to make sure they have a perfectly good seal on that hatch before they depart. And so as they've been going through hatch closure, they've been taking photos all along the way, and the team there will confer with those in mission control that they do have a clean hatch that is closed, and they can proceed with confirming hatch closure is complete and then depart from LC-39A. Back in our live chat here, I want to thank Mark Potachnik for gifting a Spaceflight Now membership, and a thanks to channel member and one of our fabulous moderators, Mark Otto, for gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships as well. So thanks to Mark and Mark. And a welcome aboard to our 11 newest channel members. If you haven't already, be sure to thank either or both Marks in the live chat, and we hope you decide to stick around with channel membership.
Dragon SpaceX side hatch is closed, and we have begun the side hatch leak check.
Copy.
Dragon SpaceX, com check.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. TDRS com check complete. Stand by for com checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon D on countdown 1, com check.
DC Dragon, loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for com checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, com check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear, stand by for com check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, com check.
MD Dragon, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear, stand by for com checks with LD. Dragon, LD on countdown 1, com check.
LD Dragon has you loud and clear.
LD loud and clear, stand by for com check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, com check.
LD Dragon, loud and clear.
LD, loud and clear.
Dragon SpaceX, launch configuration, com checks complete. Dragon SpaceX, commencing health check for launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by transition back to pad hatch closed.
Dragon copies.
Dragon, SpaceX, good side hatch leak check.
Dragon, copy.
Welcome back to our ongoing live coverage of the Crew-10 mission here on Spaceflight Now's YouTube channel. I'm reporter Will Robinson-Smith. Earlier we talked about the crew and the mission with the Commercial Crew Office and Steve Sisloff. Now we're joined by another friend, Mr. Brian Cizik, a launch weather officer with the 45th Weather Squadron. Brian, good to see you again on another lovely day.
Good to be back. It's like deja vu all over again.
It's deja vu, but in the best possible way. And, you know, talking about launch weather, Wednesday we had a very good outlook. Today we also have another good outlook. You know, heading into the launch opportunity on Wednesday, we're also looking at the ascent corridor. Heading into that as a possible watch item that cleared. Today it looks like that wasn't even a consideration as a possible hindrance to today's launch, right?
Yeah, today actually we managed to get even better weather than we had on Wednesday. It's another good day where we're squinting with the sun in our face. We actually do have a few clouds out there today, unlike on Wednesday, but just some very high, very thin cirrus clouds. And then if you look way off in the distance, you can see, maybe you can see that shower out there, but that's about 50 nautical miles off the coast and staying out there. So really not expecting any issues with that. But yeah, you mentioned the ascent corridor. So on Wednesday, the winds were a little bit more elevated, but they looked really good today and not even a concern. So launch site, ascent corridor, everything is looking really good from a weather perspective today.
And I think the forecast also made a small mention of the upper level wind shear being a potential watch item going into today. Has that cleared, or is that still something in the back of your mind that you're keeping an eye on?
That's something that's always a watch item, and that's when SpaceX is ingesting real-time data into their system, doing the loads calculation, but really not expecting a major issue with that, but just something else to watch.
And for those of us who are not meteorologists, can you give us just a cursory overview of the difference between the ground level launch winds and what the upper level wind shear means? What's kind of the variance between those two?
Sure, so the liftoff winds, you might see that on our launch forecast. We do include that into that probability of violation. So that's typically measured at about the 200-foot level. And it's based on the wind speed and direction right at the launch pad, where the upper level winds, that's more looking at near the jet stream level. We're looking at if there's any wind shear that can affect the rocket as it's going up into the atmosphere.
Gotcha. And, things have been coasting along very nicely today. If for some reason they do need to stand down from today's launch attempt, next couple of days, not quite as nice as today.
Yeah, there's a front approaching, the pressure gradient's tightening up, and the winds are really going to increase in the ascent corridor. So the next few days over the weekend, and you'll feel the breezy conditions here, and then the winds all the way up the East Coast are going to increase. So really not looking very good for this weekend. Probably maybe not another viable opportunity. Weather perspective, of course things can change, but probably not until early next week. So fingers crossed, and hopefully everything goes well today.
And our neighboring state of Alabama is also, bracing for some severe weather that's pushing into that state. As we're looking towards next weekend, the pinning down of when Crew-9 is able to undock and make their return for a splashdown in the Gulf, what's kind of the general weather trend that you're seeing start to form at this far out?
So yeah, I've been looking ahead a little bit, and there are some systems moving through the Gulf. We'll have a front moving through, and then typically the winds increase behind the front, and then high pressure settles in. So the goal is if we can catch one of those high pressure systems that sits right over at least one of the Gulf sites, if not multiple, that can help reduce the winds, clear the sky. So high pressure is what we're looking for. So if we can get that high pressure to settle in over the Gulf at the right time, that would be money for the return weather.
And obviously we're not dealing with, hurricane conditions right now. We still got, thankfully, a few months to go before that season really kicks off. Is it more difficult, would you say, as we approach the 2-hour mark here in the next 3 seconds? Actually, we'll just mark the 2 hours right here, underneath that point in time, getting very close to launch. Would you say it's more or less or about the same to try to track the weather when you're looking for that undock opportunity versus the launch opportunity?
I would say it really depends. There's sometimes where the undock opportunity, we're looking for a splashdown. There's different weather factors that we're looking for. A lot of it is more so based on the forecast, and we're looking for very low winds in that situation over the open ocean, so that can bring some challenges. But then in the summertime here, when we get those thunderstorms, the typical Florida thunderstorms, that can be a big challenge as well, all the way up until T0. We're monitoring the radar, looking at if cells are popping up near the pad. So that could be a challenge as well. So really it depends on the time of year and what type of weather that you're looking for.
And just lastly, we're entering in 2025. We had another record-breaking launch year last year, looking for even more launch opportunities this year, even more types of launch vehicles going up this year with more players coming into the mix. How does your team kind of handle all these different variations of launch vehicles, destinations, timing, and especially as they all kind of start to compress and converge? And, I'm sure at some point we'll have, launches from here that are, within minutes, if not hours of each other.
It's funny you bring that up. We just had a meeting today about how are we going to handle the scheduling with all these new launch providers, the launch cadence increase. So we're working through that. We're exploring some different possibilities of how we can support all these launches because, hey, the weather's going to be here. The weather's not going to stop. We're still going to get our typical afternoon thunderstorms, hurricanes. So that's definitely going to be a challenge, but I think we have the right team to do it. So that's definitely something we're discussing at the moment.
Yeah. Look forward to the outcomes of those discussions. Yeah. Brian Cizik, Launch Weather Officer with the 45th Weather Squadron. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, Will. Great to be here.
And of course, don't go anywhere for you at home because we've got a lot more coverage coming around the corner with Crew-10 now less than 2 hours to their planned launch to the International Space Station. You're watching our live coverage of that mission right here with Spaceflight Now.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
Good news. At this time, we are tracking no issues with Dragon or Falcon proceeding with launch today at this time. So I have no updates for you, but we'll continue to keep you up to date if anything happens. Otherwise, the closeout team is performing their final steps in the White Room before they depart the pad. How copy?
SpaceX Dragon, copy, no issues. Great work to the team.
Now T-minus 1 hour, 56 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. Our thanks again to Launch Weather Officer Brian Sizik for giving us a good overview of the weather. And as you heard over the mission audio loops, they are tracking no issues right now, which is music to everyone's ears as this crew is ready to lift off, coming up in just a little shy of 2 hours. Now T-minus 1 hour, 52 minutes, 36 seconds and counting. Want to thank a couple folks in the live chat for your support today. A thanks to Terry Weston for a $5 super chat. Appreciate that, Terry. And a thanks to Psychonaut69, one of our wonderful channel members, for gifting a Spaceflight Now membership. Thanks for helping to grow our community here on YouTube. And to our newest channel member, welcome aboard to you. We're glad to have you with us. If you haven't already, be sure to thank Psychonaut in the live chat. And we hope you decide to stick around with channel membership. Last week, the crew arrived here in the Sunshine State, landing at the former shuttle landing facility, now the launch and landing facility managed by Space Florida. When they touched down, we heard some remarks from the commander of the Crew-10 mission, Anne McClain, speaking on behalf of her and her crewmates. Want to go to that clip now? This is part of her remarks speaking to the importance of cooperation in spaceflight and how she is thinking about heading to space, working aboard the International Space Station alongside her fellow crewmates and the others that are currently working on the orbiting outpost.
It takes a full crew to continuously crew the space station, both for science and for maintenance. And that is the work that we're looking forward to doing when we get to the space station. We've been in constant communications with Crew-9. Crew-9 has been doing this spectacular mission for the last 6 months. Butch, Sunny, Nick, and Alexei, they've been conducting science, maintenance, and they've been keeping the station running, and we're ready to high-five them, bring them home in the coming weeks. The International Space Station is really an asset for humans all across the world. It provides us a unique vantage point from which we can observe our own Earth. It provides us a unique environment for science investigations, like in microgravity and in harsh conditions with radiation. But I want to say that the International Space Station really operates under the mission that NASA set forward, which is to be for the benefit of all. This is not for the benefit of our crew. It's not for the benefit of any one country. It is for the benefit of all. The space station and our mission is just as much about the 20-year-old college student in Africa as it is about the teenager growing up in India, looking up at the stars, and all of us. It is not just our mission, it's your mission too. Some of the things that have come out of space station in the last 25 years. If you or a family member are impacted by Parkinson's disease, then you have benefited from the research on the space station. If you know somebody that's going through cancer and receiving immunotherapy, Keytruda, then they have benefited from the experiments that we do on the International Space Station. If you've had LASIK surgery, if you suffer from osteoporosis, then you have benefited from the research on the space station. If you've ever watched your evening news as a hurricane approached the coast of California and you've seen a picture that it looks like you took it from your telephone, okay? That's the International Space Station bringing that to you. So it is an incredible research platform. We are very excited to take part in a couple of those experiments, some materials experiments looking at materials flammability for deep space exploration. We're continuing some really fascinating research using crystals for Parkinson's research. And we're doing more experiments on the human body to understand how long duration flight impacts us so that we can continue to push. But again, I want to remind us that everything we learn on the space station, it's not kept a secret. It is for all of you. And I encourage you to go on the website, look at the NASA websites out there, and see just how much it's impacting your day-to-day lives. And it's really humbling for me and for our crew to get to be part of this amazing mission. You know, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. This year also marks about 50 years since Apollo-Soyuz, or Soyuz-Apollo, depending who you ask. Okay, and you think about the day and age when that occurred. We had two spacecrafts from historically adversarial countries come together in unity in low Earth orbit. Think about the amount of work and the cooperation that took. And that really laid the foundation for what we can do today in spaceflight and on the International Space Station. It is far easier to be enemies than it is to be friends. And it's far harder to build partnerships and build relationships than it is to break them. You can break them in a day. And it's easier to critique than it is to participate. The success of these programs rely on leaders of character from all countries, all walks of life, all agencies, all badges, all companies. Leaders of character, visionaries who wake up every single day and work on a long-term plan for the benefit of all of us. And if Crew-10 could ask one thing of everybody here, it's to do that in your own lives, to build these bridges, to build relationships, to build partnerships, because look at what we do when we work together. It is truly an honor to be here, and it is so humbling to think of all the people over the last 40, 50 years that made this exact moment possible. And again, I want to personally thank the media that took the time to be out here, because you telling the story is what enables our mission. And I know it's hot out here on the tarmac, so I'll get you out.
And good words from Mission Commander and McClain upon arriving here in Florida. Now T-minus 1 hour, 45 minutes, 50 seconds and counting to the planned liftoff of this Dragon spacecraft atop a Falcon 9 rocket there at pad 39A. Now T-minus 1 hour, 44 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. As the hatch closure process concludes, I want to go ahead and take a moment to step through the remaining timeline and let you know what milestones are still ahead for the Crew-10 astronauts before they get ready to depart for the International Space Station. Picking up here at the 1 hour mark, there will be another weather brief letting the crew know what is looking like ahead for their launch. But as we just heard with Launch Weather Officer Brian Sizik, the weather is pretty darn spectacular, so should be a fairly short weather briefing for the crew. Just letting them know
Dragon
about
SpaceX closeout team has departed the crew arm.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
We'll come back to this in just a second. Want to give you some views here of the closeout crew making their way away from the crew access tower here, just gathering their supplies, getting ready to head on down the elevator. Coming back to the countdown timeline here. The go-no-go poll for the start of prop load for a crew mission happens at the T-minus 45-minute mark. Following the go to proceed, the crew arm will then retract at about T-minus 42 minutes. The Dragon's launch escape system is armed at T-minus 39 minutes, and then prop load actually begins. As with any other Falcon 9 rocket, starts with the loading of RP-1, or a rocket-grade kerosene, on board the Falcon 9's first and second stages, and liquid oxygen flows on board the Falcon 9's first stage. At T-minus 30 minutes, cryogenic helium is loaded onto the pressure vessels on the Falcon 9's first stage. Helium is important because it's used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight. Same will happen on the second stage a few minutes after that. T-minus 23 minutes, second stage RP-1 load wraps up. Then T-minus 20 minutes and 50 seconds, we'll see the strong back chill down process get underway. It's when SpaceX is conditioning the feed lines at the pad prior to second stage liquid oxygen load. We see this visually manifest here at pad 39A as the so-called big vent that begins at about T-minus 20 minutes and 30 seconds. That venting continues until roughly T-minus 16 minutes and 30 seconds, setting up for a second stage LOX load to begin at the 16-minute mark. T-minus 7 minutes, the engine chill down sequence gets underway. That process involves flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps and helps protect the engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during the startup sequence. About 6 minutes out, the first stage kerosene tank is full. And at T-minus 5 minutes, the Dragon spacecraft will transition to internal power. Taking a moment to pop back over to the pad, you look near the bottom of the pad deck. You can see the closeout crew team and their corresponding vehicles are now leaving Launch Complex 39A and the pad deck level. They'll be driving over to SpaceX's other pad, Space Launch Complex 40. So if they are needed to return in the event of mission scrub, they can do so fairly quickly. Back to the timeline. T-minus 4 minutes and 30 seconds is when the strong back retract sequence gets underway. It's when the clamp arms just beneath the Dragon spacecraft open up, and then the transporter erector or strong back will recline a few degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket and stay in that position until liftoff. Following that process, at T-minus 3 minutes is when the first stage liquid oxygen load is complete. Same is true on the second stage about a minute afterwards, at which point the Falcon 9 rocket is fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. In the final 60 seconds, as we hear the call that the Falcon 9 is in startup, control of the countdown is handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers, and the propellant tanks are brought up to flight pressure. SpaceX launch director will give their final go for launch at T-minus 45 seconds. The engine ignition command is issued at T-minus 3 seconds. And if all 9 Merlin engines are healthy and ignite, the command will be given for the hold down clamps to release the Falcon 9 rocket for a T0 liftoff. Coming up here at 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 23:03 UTC, or in T-minus 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 54 seconds. Now T-minus 1 hour, 34 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. Want to thank channel member Chuck Close for a very generous $25 super chat. Appreciate you, Chuck. Thanks for your support this afternoon. And a thanks to Gunnar S. for gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. Thanks for growing our community. And to our 5 newest channel members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. If you haven't already, be sure to thank Gunnar in the live chat. And we hope you decide to stick around with channel membership. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the smorgasbord of launches that were on tap for this weekend included 3 from SpaceX, 1 from Rocket Lab, and 1 from Firefly Aerospace. Do have an update on the Firefly launch within the last 5 minutes. The company's saying that they are delaying their launch attempt due to a range constraint at Vandenberg. Firefly says the rocket and payload remain healthy and ready for launch, and they're now working with the range team to determine the next window. So the launch was set to happen on Saturday, March 15th. It will now target a future, yet-to-be-announced date. But if you can head over to our website, spaceflightnow.com, click on the launch schedule page, and we'll have the very latest for you when we do have a new launch date for that Firefly Alpha rocket. While the launch of Firefly's Alpha rocket from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California has been delayed, things are continuing to progress down in New Zealand for Rocket Lab and their planned launch for IQPS. Less than 3 hours to go to the launch of the Lightning God Reigns mission, taking off at 1 p.m. local time there in New Zealand. 8 p.m. Eastern or midnight UTC. So Rocket Lab looking for a liftoff just about an hour after Crew-10 takes flight. T-minus 1 hour, 28 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. A really nice top-down view of the Crew-Dragon spacecraft from the crew access tower's perspective. You can see just beyond the Falcon 9 rocket there, the nose cone from this perspective, the bottom of what will be used by SpaceX to support their Starship launches. SpaceX really began stacking that tower back in 2022, and it has not seen a ton of activity since, for, of course, obvious reasons that they're still very much in iteration mode down at Starbase in southern Texas. It'll certainly be interesting to see the next time when SpaceX is ready to launch a Starship rocket, given the very similar mishap that happened before the end of the upper stage engine burn on both flights 7 and 8. Now looking back inside the Dragon Endurance spacecraft, Crew-10 just in a wait mode here for now, as they're preparing for the fueling process of the Falcon 9 rocket to really get underway. Starting with that final weather brief coming up in about 27 minutes. If you're just now joining us here, we are currently T-minus 1 hour, 26 minutes and counting to the planned launch of Crew-10. You're taking a live look currently inside, or now outside the Dragon spacecraft at pad 39A. Two different views, the Falcon 9 rocket and the Crew-Dragon Endurance up top. This particular Falcon 9 is booster B1090, launching for just a second time on this flight. And up top, the Crew-Dragon called Endurance, which will carry its fourth crew to the International Space Station. First flew back on November 10th of 2021 with Crew-3 on board. That mission commanded by NASA astronaut Rajachari. See a Coast Guard boat that is cruising around to make sure that any errant watercraft are out of the area here. You can see there is a boat that is in the keep out zone. Getting a little close to launch, so they're going to need to clear that watercraft. That's likely what the Coast Guard boat is heading out to do. Taking a look at the crew access tower there on the left-hand side of your screen, and the clamp arms that hold the Falcon 9 rocket. The hydraulics issue that came up there was some air in the hydraulics lines that was able to be bled on Thursday. They had tried to clear the lines on Wednesday in time for a launch attempt, but that was not able to move forward. And welcome back to Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew-10 mission. We are just a little bit more than an hour away from the planned launch of the Crew, and we've been talking about the Crew themselves. We've talked about the weather. Now let's talk about the science, and who better to talk science with than Mr. Patrick O'Neill of the ISS National Lab. Pat, it is good to have you with us. It is even better to have you with us with that fabulous space shirt.
Well, it's Florida. It's basically spring break, so you got to represent a little golf, a little sunshine, and again, to your point, weather is beautiful outside right now, so hopefully round two will be more beneficial for us.
Yes, hopefully they don't shank it off to the side if you want to keep the golf metaphor going. But let's keep it in the pocket here. Talk about not golf, and we can talk about that later off camera, but focusing on the science that's about to head up to the International Space Station. The reason that we have an orbiting laboratory is to benefit life on Earth, and there's quite a bit of science that's heading up with this group of astronauts and cosmonauts this time around. Right, we talked a little bit about some of the material science, but also some things that'll help with future pharmaceuticals, right?
Yeah, so there's going to be a variety of investigations, to your point, that are going to be flying, and it really is kind of across the board. So there's life science, biomedical research, there'll be technology demonstrations, materials, physical science, there'll be plant biology investigations, there'll be student-led projects. So really, anything that you could think of, the astronauts are going to be supporting on this mission. To your point, from a biomedical perspective, pharmaceutical research, there's going to be a company called Escra Biotech. They're a spin-off from the University of Connecticut. They have been funded through NASA's In-Space Production Applications program, and this is going to be, I think, their fourth or fifth launch to the space station, where they are truly trying to leverage the space station to manufacture or create more effective drugs in that space-based environment that could be applicable towards us here on Earth, in particular as it relates to things like, growing older.
Which is important for us, and obviously, the bones, give us an example of what happens to us here on Earth in old age. They, atrophy a little bit more when you're on orbit, so it's a nice sort of glimpse ahead of what's in our future and how to combat that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard the phrase quite a bit where the space station is kind of like a test kitchen, like a soup kitchen in some ways. And to your point, one of the things we've learned over the years is the astronauts, their bodies, they change dramatically when they no longer have the push and pull of gravity. So by being able to send research to the space station, in particular now, a lot of the science that we're sending is, back in the day, there'd be like model organisms that would go to station. Now you're actually able to send human cells, human tissues, and be able to test like a true one-to-one comparison. And we're learning even more now because of that. And so that's, this is really the evolution of station, where we started out very fundamental back in the day, and now here we are, we're really getting into hardcore applied R&D that could have impacts towards therapeutics or truly just discovery of drugs that would not have happened if not for us being in that space environment.
When we have a number of folks that are heading up on this mission that, to your point a second ago, that are repeat flyers, that are going back for, a fourth, fifth, or more times, it's always good to have new science on station, but talk about the benefit of having those folks that can have either exactly one-to-one experiments fly or something that slightly iterates over the last time that they were on station.
Yeah, so that's to us, that's the gold standard. Is we love researchers that want to go out there and leverage the station, but we also want researchers that are interested in using it more than one time. Because to your point, you might learn something that you weren't expecting the first go around. I think that all the researchers know that when you send something into a microgravity environment, unique things are going to happen. But what's going to happen, there might be some experiences that they weren't expecting, and then they want to build on that. But then there's other things that did happen the way that they thought it was going to. So they're always constantly trying to improve the overall, investigation that they're going to be sending to station. And so I think that that's really exciting for us, because we are getting to the point where there's companies who have launched 5, 6, 7. I think there's one company, Lam Division, who has launched retinal implants 9 times already. And they're going to continue to launch more research to station. So they're learning how to do it better in space, which is, again, it's hard to do that in the first place. To be able to send a project in flight certified hardware, there's so many bells and whistles that kind of happen in order for it to happen nominally. And so just to get it there, and then to be able to have the investigation be performed effectively, and then to bring that investigation back to Earth and then analyze it. And so just so many steps along the way. So it's really exciting for us when we have these repeat flyers, because one, it demonstrates they are learning things, and two, they're going to build on it. And so hopefully it builds into something that is going to be helpful for all of us here on Earth and beyond.
And, when you're thinking about some of those technologies, like with, a company like Honeybee Robotics, for example, that's partnering with some of these future commercial space stations, how important is it to, especially for the ISS National Lab, to start to work with this, large mosaic of partners to figure out how you transition to eventually a commercial apparatus that entirely is divorced from having nations as the prime?
Great question. So the beauty of the ISS National Lab right now is that it's kind of like an incubator in low Earth orbit. The ride up, the ride down, the astronaut as the lab technician, all of that is assumed by NASA, assumed by the American taxpayer. So let's take advantage of that while we can. Eventually, when we have commercial destinations in low Earth orbit, or we have other space stations that might not be funded specifically by NASA, they might not have that same type of value. So, you know, let's take advantage of this station to the best that we can right now, so that it sets the foundation for future case studies, so that you can maximize the R&D and the investment that companies are making when they do want to send research to these commercial destinations.
And of course, you know, it's not just this mission that's launching here in a little more than an hour, but you've got, you know, the upcoming launch of, you know, Northrop Grumman Cygnus spacecraft, of the next Cargo Dragon spacecraft of CRS-32. Looking ahead to some of that science that's coming down the road, what are you most looking forward to that the crew is going to be experiencing when they're on orbit?
Yeah, so there's a couple of projects that have recently looked like they're going to be on the manifest. One of them I'm pretty excited about, because it's going to be a remote sensing apparatus. And, you know, there's a lot of places on the outside of station that we can leverage to be able to better evaluate our planet. So I think that those are really fun ones for us, because there's a lot of great visuals that coincide with that. We talked previously about the University of Connecticut Escra Biotech investigation. Again, I'm excited about that. There's just a lot of really good science that's on this upcoming mission. The National Science Foundation, who is a long-standing partner of the ISS National Lab, they're going to be funding 3 different investigations that are all looking at fluid dynamics in low Earth orbit, so and fluids in space. I mean, that's pretty doggone cool. So again, there's a lot of science that's going to be flying on CRS-32, and then not long afterwards, we're hopefully going to be having a private astronaut mission from our friends over at Axiom Space. I had the chance to talk with their team a little bit about some of the science that we're going to be sponsoring and supporting on that mission. It's going to be a lot of really good R&D over the next couple of months. So very excited, for this launch, to have the crew get up to station, but then when we have CRS-32 and then AX-4 to go out and have a lot of great science for this astronaut crew as well as private astronauts to be able to support.
And, you know, just in closing, as we're approaching the 1 hour mark here, you know, we've only got, unfortunately, just a handful of years left before the ISS is retired and we start to make that transition to commercial stations. Given that there's still, you know, a healthy amount of science that can go up, is there a cap for the ISS National Lab and how much longer you can receive proposals for science that goes up to this space station before you need to start saying, well, we're going to start transitioning to these commercial stations, we'll work with you on that down the road? Like, when does that transition period really start to happen in earnest?
So the short answer is yes, there will have to be a transition period, but we don't know exactly when that's going to be just yet. So as of right now, the ISS National Lab has a cooperative agreement with NASA through 2027. NASA has maintained their commitment to the station through 2030, to your point. But there will have to be those conversations about when is that transition going to take place. My guess is that there will probably be a little bit of some will be happening on this space station, and then some might be happening on future destinations in low Earth orbit. But then on top of that, too, we have to figure out what's going to happen with those future destinations in low Earth orbit. Is there going to be a national lab model similar to what it is we have on this space station? Is there going to be something that's entirely different? So a lot of that's going to be discussed, I think, in the coming year or 2 years or so. So it's going to be very interesting for the future of what's going to happen on this space station, as well as what's going to happen for research in low Earth orbit beyond the space station.
It's an exciting time to see the pivot, though.
It is indeed, yeah. And hopefully tonight we begin a new journey with some great science that's going to station with this, and then with CRS-32.
Fingers crossed. Patrick O'Neill with the ISS National Lab. Always good to have you on board.
Thanks.
And of course, we want to keep you all on board as we are now T-minus 1 hour, 5 minutes and counting to the planned launch of the Crew-10 astronauts and cosmonaut to the International Space Station. You're watching live coverage right here at Spaceflight Now. Now T-minus 1 hour, 2 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. Our thanks again to Pat O'Neill with the ISS National Lab. Right now you're seeing a little bit of pre-fueling venting that's happening here. Pretty typical for around this point in time, about an hour and some change away from planned launch of a Falcon 9 rocket. As happens with every mission that supports or lifts off from the Cape or from the Kennedy Space Center, the Brevard County Emergency Operations Center has now also activated. One of the busiest EOCs in the country, as a matter of fact, in no small part to the fact that they activate for every launch opportunity as well as for any launch adjacent operation like a static fire test, for example.
Dragon SpaceX, cycling orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure. Additionally, I can give you a go to step into Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, copy Section 5 and work.
And with that call, you see we are now less than 1 hour away from the planned launch of Crew-10, heading up to the International Space Station on the Crew Dragon named Endurance. For those who may just be joining us here with less than an hour to go, I'm Will Robinson-Smith, reporter with Spaceflight now. So good to have you all here with us today. To the 8,700 plus of you who are hanging out in the live chat, if you haven't already, be sure to click that like button, share the stream, allow some more folks to find their way to this live launch coverage. If you haven't already, also be sure to subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and that way you're notified whenever we do begin live broadcasts or post new videos to the channel. Want to give one more shout out to our wonderful moderators in the live chat who have been helping us out throughout the course of this launch coverage. Our thanks to Jeff Hansen, Rick Donner, Mark Otto, and Callistia Lee, and Astro Joe. Appreciate all of you for being here with us today.
SpaceX Dragon Crew-10, go for launch.
And
SpaceX copies, crew is go for launch.
And as you just heard, the crew aboard the Dragon spacecraft themselves has pulled go for launch. Weather looking pretty darn spectacular for a liftoff today with just some wispy clouds in the area. We spoke with Launch Weather Officer Brian Sizik earlier in the broadcast, suggesting that things are exactly as they seem, a greater than 95% chance of favorable weather. Also quickly pivoting back to our moderators, I neglected to mention Aussie Space Girl, and certainly appreciate her for helping us out as well. We're just about 22 minutes away from the point at which SpaceX will begin the fueling process on the Falcon 9 rocket. Now T-minus 56 minutes, 1 second, and counting. Among the 4 astronauts who were getting ready to head to the International Space Station, we have commander of this flight, Anne McClain, who will be making her second trip to space. Mission specialist, JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi. Mission specialist and Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. And pilot of the mission, Nichole Ayers, a NASA astronaut. In the run-up to launch, the 4 of them sat down virtually with members of the press to talk about their backgrounds, what they're looking forward to heading up to the International Space Station. Question I was able to pose to Nichole Ayers was regarding the fact that she is the first member of the 2021 astronaut class, known as the Flies, to head up into space. So I want to play you that part of the conversation that the crew had with the press on her thoughts about being the first member of the Flies to depart from Earth. Here's that part of the preview to the Crew-10 launch with pilot Nichole Ayers.
You know, it's an honor to represent my class and be the first one, but I think that all of us were ready at the same time, and so it could have been any one of us that got picked. And so I'm honored and grateful to be the one making the first step. I don't want to ruin the surprise. I am flying something for all of them, but I don't want to say it out loud at this moment, but I am doing some special things for the Flies, and I'm just excited to share the experience with them. You know, there was nothing but love for me when I got announced for this mission, and there has been nothing but love and support from my crewmates and my classmates this entire time training. So it has been, like I said, a true honor and pleasure training with this crew and getting to know all of them, but also continued support from my classmates, and excited to high-five them on orbit as well as we do handovers in the future.
And our thanks to Nichole Ayers for that answer. Currently T-minus 53 minutes, 46 seconds, and counting to the planned launch of Crew-10. Time now T-minus 53 minutes, 2 seconds, and counting. Before we go ahead and see the planned launch of Crew-10, seen a number of folks in the live chat talking about the path of the Falcon 9 rocket. Let's talk a little trajectory then, shall we? As is the case with all the missions heading up to the International Space Station from Florida, Falcon 9 rocket will lift off from Launch Complex 39A and fly in a northeasterly trajectory. So to our friends who are in northeast Florida, in Georgia, the Carolinas, and potentially all the way up the East Coast, hopefully the weather is pretty clear where you are. If you happen to catch any views of the Falcon 9 as it makes its ascent, be sure to tag us on social media. We're simply at Spaceflight Now. You can find us on X, Threads, Blue Sky, and Facebook. As the Falcon 9 makes its way heading north, the booster will make its way back here for a touchdown at Landing Zone 1. As we mentioned a little bit earlier in the broadcast, this will be one of the final times that a booster touches down at Landing Zone 1, as SpaceX is in the process of winding down its time at Landing Zones 1 and 2, and is looking to establish landing pads, one here at Launch Complex 39A, and another over at Space Launch Complex 40. In fact, a draft environmental assessment is currently available from the Federal Aviation Administration for folks to offer their comments, questions, concerns, or otherwise musings about the establishment of a landing pad there at Pad 40. SpaceX will also endeavor to recover the payload, or excuse me, the getting a little over my skis here, thinking about other Falcon 9 launches happening tomorrow morning. There are obviously no payload fairings on this, as there's a Crew Dragon at the top of this Falcon 9 rocket. Crew Dragon Endeavor. Or Endurance. Goodness. Time now, T-minus 48 minutes, 23 seconds and counting. We're just about 13 minutes away from the point at which SpaceX will begin to fuel its Falcon 9 rocket, assuming all is continuing to move along on track as expected. As we're getting ready for the start of fueling, I want to introduce you to the crew who is flying on board this Falcon 9 rocket and Crew Dragon Endurance. Commander is Anne McClain. She is 45 years old, born in Spokane, Washington, a colonel in the U.S. Army. She was selected as a NASA astronaut as part of the class of 2013. She'll be making her second...
The team has pulled go for LES arm, propellant load, and launch.
And a good call there that they have pulled go for prop load. Coming up next on the timeline, we'll see the retraction of the crew access arm that you see right now extending from the tower out to the Dragon spacecraft. That should swing away, wrapping up at about T-minus 42 minutes from liftoff. Coming back to the commander, Anne McClain. This is her second trip to space, having previously spent 204 days, 15 hours, and 16 minutes off Earth. She flew on board the Soyuz MS-11 mission, and while she was up there, she performed 2 spacewalks and spent 13 hours and 8 minutes with that process. Next up, Nichole Ayers, the pilot of the mission, 36 years old, born in San Diego, California, selected as a member of the 2021 astronaut class known as the Flies. She's a graduate of the U.S. Air Force Academy in Colorado and earned her master's degree in computational and applied mathematics from Rice University in Texas. Ayers is also a combat pilot who racked up more than 200 combat hours in Iraq and Syria, and her total flight time notches more than 1,400 hours. This will be her first trip to space. Takuya Onishi is one of the mission specialists on board this flight, 49 years old, born in Tokyo, Japan, a member of JAXA's astronaut corps. He graduated from the University of Tokyo with a degree in aeronautics and astronautics. Before becoming an astronaut, he worked as a co-pilot, flying Boeing 767 aircraft beginning back in 2003. This is also his second trip to space, having spent 115 days, 2 hours, and 22 minutes off planet as part of the Soyuz MS-1 mission. Finally, the other mission specialist is Kirill Peskov. Flying to space for the first time, this 34-year-old was born in Kizil, Tuva. This is part of
T-minus 45 minutes. Both control rooms go into lockdown and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and approve boarding the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew for movement. Crew access arm retraction starting.
Just to close the loop on Kirill, he too was a co-pilot on Boeing 757 spacecraft from 2013 to 2018. And as you just heard, they are proceeding or watching the retraction of the crew access arm right now as it begins to slowly move away from the Dragon spacecraft.
Crew, access arm retraction complete.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for Section 6, close visors, and arm launch escape system.
SpaceX Dragon, copy Section 6 and work. SpaceX Dragon, 6.4, visors closed, arming the launch escape system.
That launch escape system would allow the Dragon spacecraft, in the event of an emergency, to use the Super Draco thrusters to quickly remove the Dragon from the Falcon 9 rocket.
SpaceX Dragon, 6.4, visors closed, arming the launch escape system.
Copy Dragon, you are go for 6.6, arm launch escape.
As the launch escape system is armed, we are now T-minus 40 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. Want to thank the more than 12,000 of you who are watching with us live this now evening.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
Good call on the launch escape system. If you haven't already, we'd certainly appreciate it if you could hit that like button for us. Allows more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage, as we are now 40 minutes away from the launch of Crew-10. Also want to thank some folks in the live chat briefly here. Thanks to channel moderator and channel member Clistia Lee, their very generous $20 super chat. It says, if you haven't already, please show the Spaceflight Now team some love, support by clicking the like button. They work hard to bring these live streams to us. Thank you for the kind words. Now T-minus 38 minutes, 36 seconds and counting. Also want to thank Ralph Hood for a $10 super chat. Thank you, Ralph. Thanks to Boss4241, one of our wonderful channel members, for $5 super chat saying, let's have a great mission. Thanks to Old Sea Dog for a £5 super chat as well. Good to see you, Old Sea Dog. Welcome aboard to new channel member Reggie Grenier, joining at the mission specialist level. Ike all over, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thanks as well to Harold Greer for a $10 super chat saying, Spaceflight Now is my favorite launch watching channel. Great narrator, camera views, camera crew, and moderators. Thanks as well to Giancarlo Brigaglio for a $10 super chat. Says I feel the need to pay to watch this coverage should be on pay-per-view. Well, we certainly appreciate the kind sentiment, and it is through the generosity of folks like yourselves and our wonderful channel members that we can bring this live coverage to everyone for free. And certainly appreciate those who are able to support us with channel membership and through the YouTube Super Chat system.
And tanks will be venting for propellant load.
Good call from SpaceX there. Fueling will begin at the T-minus 35-minute mark with the loading of RP-1, a rocket-grade kerosene on board the Falcon 9's first and second stages, and liquid oxygen on board the Falcon 9's first stage.
The launch auto sequence has started.
And with that call from SpaceX, fueling of the Falcon 9 rocket is now underway. With the fueling process now in work, what you'll start to see here in the next couple of minutes is, if you look just beneath the X in SpaceX there near the base of the Falcon 9 rocket, a bit of a frost line will start to form as the super cold densified liquid oxygen begins flowing on board the Falcon 9's first stage. As a reminder, RP-1, or a rocket-grade kerosene, is also being loaded on board the first and second stages right now as well. Another gorgeous helicopter 360 circling around the Falcon 9 rocket with the Dragon Endurance spacecraft up top. This spacecraft is getting ready to launch for a fourth time, having supported the flights of Crews 3, 5, and 7 previously. Crew 3, as the first batch of astronauts to fly on board this Dragon, had the distinction of being able to name it. Here's a look at the Starship Tower in the foreground. We've talked about the countdown timeline heading into this fueling process. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the launch timeline, what we're expecting for a nominal flight of this 4-member crew once they lift off the pad at 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 23:03 UTC. The rocket will pass through max Q with a point of greatest aerodynamic pressure just before the 1-minute mark. We'll see some events in fairly rapid succession after that. First up is first stage main engine cutoff when the 9 Merlin engines at the base, the Falcon booster, conclude their first burn. The first and second stages will then separate, and the Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite. A little bit of a typo there, but at T+2 minutes and 43 seconds, the first stage boost back burn will begin, lasting roughly 47 seconds in duration. First stage entry burn, lasting roughly 12 seconds, will start at T+6 minutes and 18 seconds. As a reminder, that booster is not landing on a drone ship today, but instead will return for a touchdown at landing zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. First stage landing burn using just one of the Merlin engines will begin at T+7 minutes and 22 seconds, setting up for a touchdown at LZ1 at T+7 minutes 39 seconds. Second stage engine cutoff for SECO 1 will happen just before the 9-minute mark. Then the Dragon spacecraft will separate from the Falcon 9 upper stage T+9 minutes and 53 seconds, with the nose cone opening sequence starting at T+10 minutes and 42 seconds. The Dragon spacecraft is set to dock with the...
Stage 1 cryohelium loading has started.
Good call from SpaceX. Dragon Endurance set to dock with this International Space Station at the forward port of the Harmony module at roughly 11:30 p.m. Eastern, 03:30 UTC on Saturday, March 15th. Now 30 minutes to go to the launch of Crew-10. No T-minus 29 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. There are a couple of different mission patches that are designed for this flight. One is designed by the crew themselves, and this is what that mission patch looks like. Typically, the crews will work in Dragon iconography somewhere in the patch as an homage to the name of the vehicle that they're flying on board. And while the crew mission patch is more of a hallmark of the flight going up, the one designed by SpaceX harkens more to the part of their journey when they return back to Earth. Reason being for that is that the planned operation for the return of Crew-10 is that unlike all the other Dragon returns as part of the commercial crew program, this one will not splash down off the coast of Florida, but rather splash down off the coast of California. Reason for that is they determined through analysis as well as some real-world events that the trunk of the Dragon spacecraft did not end up burning up in the atmosphere as thoroughly as originally anticipated. And so, in order to conduct this operation as safely as possible, they will now splash down off the coast of California, which will allow the Dragon trunk to splash down in the Pacific Ocean, far away from populated areas. Now T-minus 27 minutes, 27 seconds and counting. A few minutes ago, you heard the call for cryogenic helium load on the Falcon 9's first stage. You'll hear a similar call for the second stage coming up here in the next couple of minutes.
Stage 2 cryohelium loading has started.
And there's that call that I was mentioning just a moment ago, Stage 2 cryogenic helium load. Helium is important because it's used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight. A little less than 25 minutes to go now on the planned launch of Crew-10. One part of the mission that is always dynamic for any crew on the International Space Station is the fact that there are a number of visiting vehicles that will be coming and going from the orbiting outpost. Over the course of the stay of Crew-9, they are anticipating the arrival of a couple of Dragon resupply missions for CRS-32 and then later on CRS-33. In the middle, we're also looking at the upcoming launch in June of a Cygnus spacecraft for NG-22, which will launch on board a different Falcon 9 rocket. And potentially, while Crew-10 is on the ISS, they may also be visited by the Dream Chaser spaceplane, which is being developed by Sierra Space. A number of crews, as that vehicle has been in development and in anticipation of its launch and docking with the ISS, have had the opportunity to travel down to Sierra Space's facilities and go through training to make sure that if the Sierra Space Dream Chaser named Tenacity has been ready to launch and dock, that they are ready to receive and work with a different visiting vehicle than a Dragon or a Cygnus. To that end, commander of the Crew-10 mission, Anne McClain, as well as JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi, had the opportunity to visit the folks at Sierra Space and check out the cargo bay of a Dream Chaser spaceplane. Currently, a formal launch date for that vehicle has not been announced by NASA or Sierra Space. When it is ready to fly, though, it will launch on board a United Launch Alliance Vulcan rocket from Space Launch Complex 41. Now T-minus 22 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. Coming up here in just a couple of minutes, teams will begin conditioning the feed lines there at the pad ahead of second stage liquid oxygen load. We see the visual manifestation of that with the so-called big vent that begins at about T-minus 20 minutes and 30 seconds here at pad 39A. Taking a quick peek at the live chat, want to thank AstroGen for joining us, one of our other wonderful moderators. Good to have you with us. Now T-minus 20 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. You can see the big vent is really kicking into gear here at the pad. Again, this is SpaceX conditioning the feed lines at the launch pad prior to second stage liquid oxygen load. This process will continue until about T-minus.
Stage 2, RP1 load complete.
(16 minutes and 30 seconds). And as you just heard, stage 1 RP1 load is also complete. Now T-minus 17 minutes, 37 seconds and counting. Got just about a minute or so left on this big vent here. Want to thank a few folks in the live chat while this is winding down. Thanks to Walter Garbachik. Hopefully I didn't completely botch that, but thank you, Walter, for the $10 super chat. Saying, watching from Winter Springs, Florida today. Half the time from Ramsbottom, UK. I needed to warm up a little bit. Great coverage as always. Thank you for the kind words, Walter. Also want to welcome in some new channel members, Kel and Kathy Fugger, both joining with channel membership at the mission, at the pad leader level. Welcome to the two of you. We're glad to have you with us. Thanks to Charles Baxter for a very generous $20 super chat. Says, thank you, Spaceflight now. Mrs. Ed3 marking 9 months with us as a channel member. Saying 9 months of launches, never gets old. Have to agree. John McKenzie with a $5 super chat. Thank you, John. And Tack Shooter with a $7.70 super chat saying,
Page 2 LOX load has started.
Godspeed to Crew-10. And with that, as you just heard, second stage LOX load now getting underway. The final bit of fueling that had yet to start.
Dragon SpaceX reporting that we continue to track no issues with Dragon or Falcon proceeding to launch.
Now in motion, and those are good words to hear.
SpaceX Dragon, copy.
And exactly what the crew wants to hear as well, that they are tracking no issues on Falcon or Dragon. Time now T-minus 13 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. The next milestone coming up will be the chill down of the 9 Merlin engines at the base of the Falcon 9 rocket. That should begin at about the T-minus 7 minute mark. And actually before then, at around the 10-minute mark, we should hear another comms check with the crew on the Dragon spacecraft. Keep our ears open for that. Want to thank a few more folks as we cruise on through the final 13 minutes of the countdown today. Our thanks to Kathy Postal for a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you, Kathy, for your support at that level. Who says, I love this channel. Thank you for the great coverage and safe travels to the crew. Petmaster Biggin, $2 super chat. One of our channel members who says, thank you all for the amazing coverage. Well, thank you for your support, Petmaster. Arizona Train Granny with a very generous $25 super chat. Who says, fingers crossed and wallet open in Wickenburg, Arizona. Well, thank you so much for your support of what we do here at Spaceflight now. Really appreciate it. Makes these marathon live coverage opportunities possible. Also thanks to R. Smith 2116 for a $20 super chat. Lots of generosity today is very much appreciated. Says, always great coverage. Enjoying from Chuluoda, which is about 35 miles west. Big thanks to Steve Anderson for a very generous $50 super chat. Hoping that crew that is on board the space station returns safely once Crew-10 docks at the ISS. Now T-minus 11 minutes, 19 seconds and counting. Thanks to Marbu Kreisman for a $5 super chat saying, hey guys, it's Teddy. Asking about the rooftop. I'm guessing you mean some of the higher elevation views that we're getting. Those are coming from the roof of the Vehicle Assembly Building, or the VAB, here at the Kennedy Space Center. That blonde girl with the $2 super chat sounds like running into some traffic trying to get out from the Tampa area. Hope you make it in time. Still got 10 minutes. Although if you're driving on the beach line, just look forward and you should be able to see it if you're heading east on 528. Coming up on the 10-minute mark here before liftoff. Now T-minus 10 minutes for Crew-10.
SpaceX, confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, displays are configured for launch. And with that, this is the pilot Nichole Ayers, and on behalf of Crew-10, we'd like to say that today we celebrate the countless individuals all over the world that have made this journey possible. To the engineers, instructors, flight controllers, scientists, and leaders who worked tirelessly to get us here, thank you for your dedication to the safety and success of this mission. And a special thank you to our friends and families for your unwavering love and support. This mission is a testament of what humans can achieve when we work together. Go Crew-10!
SpaceX copies. And from the entire SpaceX team here, it's been a pleasure working together to prepare for this mission. And from all of us, good luck, Godspeed, go Crew-10, and enjoy the ride.
And some good words from Crew-10, thanking all the folks who have helped them get to this milestone moment. A seminal point in the lives of two of the folks on board that Dragon spacecraft. For Nichole Ayers, the mission pilot, and for mission specialist Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov. This is their first trip to space, a moment that they've been working years for. Finally about to come to fruition in just a little more than 8 minutes from now. As we're approaching the engine chill sequence, want to thank friend of the channel Charles Briggs for gifting 20 Spaceflight Now memberships. Appreciate that, Chuck. Looking forward to seeing your views as the Falcon 9 takes flight. Chuck and Jen helping us out with C&J images. Now less than 7 minutes to go.
Engines are chilling in for flight.
And as you just heard, that engine chill sequence is now underway. SpaceX will flow a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps. It'll help protect them from the risk of thermal shock and damage during the startup sequence. Coming up here in the next roughly 20 seconds or so, the first stage RP-1 tank should be full.
Stage 1 RP-1 load complete.
And there's that call. Coming up on 5 minutes ahead of the flight of Crew-10. So far it has been a nominal countdown. SpaceX and NASA have been tracking no issues throughout the course of this fueling process.
Tanks are pressing for strong mic retract.
Dragon is in, configure for terminal count.
Some good call-outs there. In a moment, we'll start to see the clamp arms just beneath the Dragon trunk open up, and then the transporter erector with a strong back will recline a few degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket and stay in that position until liftoff.
Strong back lower has started.
Keep your eyes near the top of the rocket, just above the NASA worm logo. You can see the arms that have been holding the Falcon 9 rocket are now releasing. That was the sticking point for the last time Crew-10 tried to launch the hydraulic system that controls those arms. That issue has now been cleared. You can see the clamp arms have opened up. Soon the transporter erector will start to move back away from the Falcon 9. There you see the movement away of the transporter erector. Coming up on the 3-minute mark here. Should hear the call that the first stage liquid oxygen load is complete.
Stage 1, LOX load complete.
Good call there. We're now awaiting a similar call on the Falcon 9.
Dragon is in, terminal count and on internal power.
Second stage. 2 minutes and counting.
Stage 2, lock load complete.
With that, the Falcon 9 is now fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. In roughly 20 seconds, we'll see an additional vent from the strongback. Actually, beginning right now, this is the ground gas closeouts.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Ground gas closeouts, expect loud venting.
Minute and a half to go. One minute and counting.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Dragon is in countdown.
Shortly, we'll hear the launch director call go for launch.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
And with that go for launch call, we are now less than
SpaceX, Dragon Crew-10, copy, go for launch.
40 seconds away from liftoff. Crew has accepted that they are go for launch now.
T minus 30 seconds.
Less than 30 seconds from the point at which they leave the planet. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. And here we go. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of Crew-10 heading to the International Space Station. Falcon 9 has cleared the tower as 3 astronauts and a cosmonaut now heading up to the orbiting outpost. Let's listen to the roar of the 9 Merlin engines. Falcon 9 now passing through max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle.
Vehicle is supersonic. Stage 1, throttle up.
SpaceX Dragon, stage 1 Bravo.
SpaceX copies 1 Bravo.
We're coming up on a few events in fairly rapid succession. We'll see first stage main engine cutoff at about T plus 2 minutes and 26 seconds. That'll be followed by stage separation. Second stage engine
started.
Start about 2 minutes and 37 seconds into flight. Then the boost back burn will begin, lasting roughly 45 seconds as the booster makes its return towards landing zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Now more than 2 minutes into flight.
Stage 1 throttle down.
Throttling down to MECO.
Main engine cutoff.
SpaceX Dragon, 2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
And back ignition.
It's a great view as the boost back burn beginning. Now a little more than 3 minutes into flight. Boost back burn will end at about 20 seconds. Those occasional puffs that you're seeing there from the Falcon 9 first stage booster beat 1090, those are the cold gas thrusters, which help to adjust the attitude or the positioning of the vehicle.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
So far, smooth flight is expected for both stages of the Falcon 9 rocket. Crew-10 astronauts and cosmonauts still feeling the thrust of the Falcon 9's upper stage Merlin vacuum engine. Its burn will continue until nearly the 9-minute mark in flight. Coming up on the 5-minute mark here in this mission, the next milestone will be the reignition of 3 of the engines on the Falcon 9 first stage booster for the start.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
That'll be the start of the entry burn, lasting about 11 seconds in duration. About T plus 5 minutes, 40 seconds in flight. About less than 40 seconds left till the start of the first stage entry burn.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
Entry burn should be starting in about 10 seconds. And there goes the entry burn. Entry burn shutdown. Booster will begin its landing burn at about T plus 7 minutes and 22 seconds. Great tracking work by our friend P. Carstens with Max Q Productions here. At Falcon 9 cruising in for...
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
SpaceX Dragon, copy nominal.
Touchdown coming in at landing zone 1. Folks in the area, you may be hearing a sonic boom, so be ready for that. Touchdown in about less than 30 seconds. Start of the landing burn.
Stage 2 FDS is saved.
And a good touchdown of the first stage booster. And there go the sonic booms. B-1090 now completing its second trip to space and back. as we're a little more than 8 minutes into flight. Less than a minute away from cutoff of the Merlin vacuum engine on the Falcon 9's second stage. This continues to cruise away from the Space Coast, making its way northeast.
Terminal guidance.
SpaceX Dragon, Shannon.
SpaceX copy, Shannon.
Passing by one of the abort zones that is Shannon, Ireland. That was the call out you just heard. Coming up on second stage engine cutoff.
Inbox shutdown.
Dragon SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
SpaceX Dragon, copy.
Launch escape system disarmed.
Looking up at the Dragon's trunk in this perspective here. A little more than 9.5 minutes into flight. In 20 seconds, we should see the Dragon spacecraft separate from the second stage of the Falcon 9. And Dragon Endurance now flying free. And an interesting chunk of debris.
Dragon separation confirmed.
That liberated. It's hard to tell exactly if that came from the Dragon trunk or if that was part of the Falcon 9's second stage. I have to go back and look at that video again in more detail. Those little bursts that you're seeing from the Dragon spacecraft, those are the Draco thrusters.
Dragon, SpaceX, Chief Engineer on Countdown 1. On behalf of the entire Falcon team, we thank you for flying with Falcon and wish you a great mission. Over to LD.
It was an honor flying with you this evening. We wish you well on your journey and give Crew 9 our best. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
SpaceX Dragon, this is Crew-10 Commander Ann McClain. Thank you to all of the teams from across the world who contributed to the launch today. Spaceflight is tough, but humans are tougher. Days like today are made possible only when people choose to do the harder right over the easier wrong. Build relationships, choose cooperation, and believe in the inherent goodness of all people across the world. To my family and friends, without you, I would not be here. Explore boldly, live gracefully, go Crew-10. And over to pilot Nichole Ayers.
Pilot Nichole Ayers again. We are not the first humans to get to orbit, and we wouldn't be here without the bravery and hard work of those who have paved the way for human spaceflight. We now get the unique perspective of Earth without borders and get to revel in the connectedness of humanity. I would be remiss to not once again acknowledge those who helped me get here, to this wonderful view and this perspective, to the teachers, coaches, fellow officers, fellow teammates, Raptor Nation, to my friends and family that encouraged my dreams from the start. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you.
This is Mission Specialist Takuya Onishi. I want to say a huge thank you to NASA and SpaceX, especially the Falcon 9 team for the successful launch, and we are looking forward to a smooth ride to the International Space Station. 日本の皆さん、たくさんの応援ありがとうございます。9年ぶりの無重力の感覚をかみしめてます。これから先の ISS への宇宙の旅、楽しんでいきたいと思います。I will now hand the mic over to Mission Specialist Kirill.
Thanks a lot to NASA and SpaceX for this wonderful ride, and I want to say a couple of words in Russian. Пользуясь такой чудесной возможностью, хочу поздравить с 65-летием со дня начала подготовки первого отряда. И также хочу сказать спасибо большое за те знания и жизненный опыт, который мной были получены в тех стенах для того, чтобы выполнить этот полет. А также спасибо школе номер 14 города Назарова, Ульяновскому высшему авиационному училищу гражданской авиации и авиакомпании «Макар» и «Нордвин», где я начинал свой путь в небо. И, конечно же, спасибо большое семье и за поддержку.
Thank you, Crew-10. At this time, I can report nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
SpaceX Dragon, copy.
And some good words from the 4 members of Crew 10 down to Mission Control. Taking a live look right now inside the control center in Hawthorne, California at the SpaceX facilities. Standing by for the opening of the nose cone on the Dragon spacecraft. Should be happening in the not too distant future. We are hearing from a SpaceX commentator that the nose cone deployment sequence has begun. Just not seeing a visual of that right now. Standing by for confirmation of full nose cone deployment. The crew of the Crew-10 mission are set to dock with the ISS at around 11:30 p.m. Eastern, 0330 UTC. Hearing from SpaceX commentators that the nose cone is about 75% through the opening sequence. as we are awaiting confirmation of the conclusion of the nose cone opening sequence. If you haven't already, now's a great time to hit that subscribe button. Make sure you've got notifications turned on, as we do have a number of launches coming up in the very near future, including a pair of them tomorrow morning, with the planned launch of SpaceX's Transporter 13 small sat rideshare mission, lifting off from Vandenberg Space Force Base tomorrow. That'll be followed by the planned launch back here in Florida of the Starlink 12-16 mission. Transporter 13 looking to lift off at 11:39 p.m. Pacific, 2:39 a.m. Eastern, 06:39 UTC. The Starlink flight looking to launch at 6:31 a.m. Eastern, 10:31 UTC.
Dragon SpaceX nominal nose cone opening and forward bulkhead Draco checkouts.
Dragon copies and confirm nominal E-plus activation and go for visors.
Good call-outs there, and
Affirm, you are go to open visors.
crew has confirmed that they are clear to open their visors now. Shortly, they'll also be able to get out of their suits and be a little more comfortable there inside the Dragon spacecraft. In the foreground here, this is Commander Ann McClain. To her right, that is pilot Nichole Ayers. And then Kirill Peskov, the Roscosmos cosmonaut. Just out of frame from that perspective, mission specialist and JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi. Looking up at the display monitors there inside the Dragon spacecraft, the primary view that the crew has had throughout the course of their mission so far. Now about 21 minutes in flight.
Dragon SpaceX, there are about 3 minutes remaining in the current ground station pass. At this time, you're welcome to introduce your zero-G indicator. We're using the full crew cam, so we can see all 4 crew members right now.
All right, copies. Thank you, SpaceX. We'd like to introduce the Crew-10 G indicator. Holding him up. The hand crochet origami crane. Japanese origami, hand crocheted in the United States, and his name is Drug, which is the Russian name for friend. Origami is the Japanese art of folding paper. This is a nod to the unique and deep cultural traditions from which each of us come. While we're from different parts of the world, we are brought together in this bold endeavor, and we represent all of humanity. The paper design was also chosen to represent paper airplanes that we made when we were kids, before we were astronauts, when all we had was a dream. We looked up at the sky and we wondered, what if? Symbol that every big accomplishment starts with a quiet dream, and that dreams do come true when you believe in yourself and you listen only to those who believe in you. Crew-10 believes in all of the dreamers. Flag and the number markings on the crane. There's a number 10 on each of its wings and a flag from each one of our countries on the tail. This is a nod to each of our shared experiences as professional pilots. Patches are arranged to look like an airplane. It's a source of deep pride for our crew, because what pilot doesn't like to talk about the fact that they're a pilot? It also symbolizes our shared culture as astronauts. Years of training together, we found we have far more in common than we do different. The indicator was handmade by a small business owner in the United States. It represents all the hands which created our entire space program, and this rocket and this capsule that we're flying today. It represents all of the artists and musicians who inspire people to imagine beyond what they can see. Flight is perhaps the most complex endeavor of our time, but it was built one step at a time, by one person at a time. The origami crane is the international symbol for peace, hope, and healing. And hopes to serve as a beacon of hope, a reminder of what humans can accomplish when we see the goodness in one another and we choose to work together toward a common goal. Today, we are united not through common enemy, but through shared optimism and a basic belief in the goodness of humanity. It's far easier to be enemies than it is to be friends. Easier to break partnerships and relationships than it is to build them. It is hard, and success depends on leaders of character who choose the harder right over the easier wrong, and who build programs, partnerships, and relationships. Explore for the benefit of all. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, then go together. Crew-10 chooses to go together in peace, because you cannot be great without the greatness of others. NASA, go Roscosmos, go JAXA, and go Crew-10.
And some good words there from Mission Commander Ann McClain.
Dragon SpaceX, we really appreciate those words, Ann. Thanks for introducing.
Taking one last look here at the booster that sent this crew on its way to the International Space Station. This is B-1090 that you see there standing tall at landing zone 1. Mentioned earlier in the broadcast that SpaceX is going to begin winding down its time.
Dragon SpaceX next burn will be the phase burn in just over 2-3 minutes per your displays.
Starting copies.
Good words on the upcoming burn there. Just to put a button in the LZ1 part of the conversation, this is one of 2 landing zones that SpaceX currently occupies, but will soon be turning over to Viaspace, based here in Cocoa in Brevard County, as well as to Phantom Space, who will be taking over operations there to bring their small rockets to those pads as part of expanding the Cape to increasingly more launch providers. In turn, SpaceX will continue to have landing pads, but it is in the process of going through environmental reviews and assessments of establishing those capabilities at both Launch Complex 39A and Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. As we're waiting calls for the upcoming burn with the Dragon spacecraft here, I want to thank a few folks who've been supporting us through the course of this launch coverage. Our thanks to Christopher Duramo for a $10 super chat. Appreciate you for that. Our thanks as well to Trish for a $10 super chat. Thank you, Trish. Channel member I Am Lita with a $5 super chat, who says, great to be here with you all again. Thanks for the great commentary, Will, team, and mods. You make it great to be here. Thank you for the kind words, Lita. And thank you to CM Sergeant Jason H. with a very generous $20 super chat, saying, Godspeed, crew. They are all heroes, in my opinion. Brave Americans. And I will add a brave Russian and a brave Japanese astronaut as well. Mel Roberts Herald saying, not tipping my hat to the folks at the U.S. Space Force. Appreciate the super chat, Mel. Time now T plus 30 minutes, 12 seconds and counting. Just to assuage any concerns for those that are seeing those flames there at the pad. That is SpaceX intentionally burning off the T-tab. That is the ignition fluid that is used at ignition of the Merlin engines on the booster. Coming back to the live chat, got some more folks to thank. Appreciate all the support we've been getting throughout the course of this live coverage. Welcome into PSA 1000, joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level. Glad to have you with us. $2 super chat from SG. Good to see you again this evening. Marcus Price with a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you, Marcus. Who says, my wife Lola and I watch the launches from out in the front yard.
Dragon SpaceX ground has pulled go for the upcoming phase burn.
Dragon, copy.
Good call on that first phase burn. Just Danny with a €2.50 super chat saying first time seeing a start. Glad you got to see your first launch today. That's always very exciting. Want to thank channel member moderator Clisty Lee for gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. Daniel H for gifting 1. Really appreciate that generosity. To our 11 newest channel members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. And be sure to thank Daniel and Clisty on the live chat if you haven't already. AK with a $5 super chat, giving a shout out to the Burfords. Johnny Reno with a $10 super chat saying God bless the crew and everyone involved. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks as well to Sean Eggerstedt for a $2 super chat. Channel member My Honey with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. They say these streams have really piqued my interest in space. Currently looking at new jobs going back to school. That's very exciting. Best of luck to you in that. Steve Sanford with a $20 super chat, one of our wonderful channel members, saying Steve and Maggie watching from Raleigh, North Carolina. Hopefully the views up there in the Carolinas were good tonight. Again, if you were able to catch the Falcon 9 as it was making its climb uphill, be sure to tag us on social media. I'd love to see the photos and videos that y'all come up with. Tampa Bay Doodles with a $2 super chat saying Godspeed. From Mark, Karen, Travis, and Lisa. Checking in from St. Pete. Thanks to channel member Dim Demanch for a $2 super chat as well. Appreciate that, Jim. Falling Past Stars with a $2 super chat saying good luck and enjoy the ride, Crew-10. Ryan Snyder, channel member with a $10 super chat. Appreciate that, Ryan, who says, thank you as usual, Will Robinson Smith, mods, and Spaceflight Now fam. Queen of Star Wars with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much for the support tonight. Wayne Homer Slade with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much for the support, Wayne, at that level. Who says, greetings from Vero Beach, Florida. Thank you for the great job with presenting these launches. It's our pleasure, and thank you so much for supporting us in that endeavor and helping to make this happen. Channel member Shay Calandry with a $5 super chat. Feeling, I think, what a lot of us are feeling, hearing that go for launch at last. Jay Cure with a $5 super chat saying God bless everyone involved. Phil L with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Phil, for supporting us at that level. Saying good job, USA. S. Anton with a $5 super chat. Thank you, S. Nice hat tip from Callistia Lee with a very generous $20 super chat. One of our wonderful moderators as well. Who says, congrats Spaceflight Now on reaching 351,000 subscribers. Well done. You've earned this with your hard work and dedication to providing the best space launch coverage. Well, thank you for the kind words, and this coverage is made possible in no small part due to the tireless work of our wonderful moderators who help hold it down in the live chat while we're working on other things. So big thanks to Rusty Shackelford, to Rick Donner, Mark Otto, Callistia Lee, Astro Joe, Astro Jen. I know I'm forgetting folks. Thank you all so much for all you do. Aussie Space Girl, of course. Jeff Hansen. Thank you all for helping us out. As we're tracking the progress of Crew-10 and that phasing burn, I want to thank a few more folks. Our thanks to Skunk PS4 for the $5 super chat saying, way to go, Spaceflight Now. In my humble opinion, the best crew covering spaceflight. That's very kind. as we're about to wind down our coverage here. Just have a few more folks to thank, and then we'll turn to our mission stats as they currently stand with a good liftoff, landing of the first stage booster, and deployment of the Crew-Dragon spacecraft. Thanks to Megan Hill, one of our channel members, for $2 super chat. Tom Morrison with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Tom. He says, so cool. Peace to everyone. Thank you, Spaceflight Now, for always bringing us this. I appreciate it. You're very welcome. Thanks for your support. Sassy Patty with a $2 super chat, and Tim Scheidler with a $12 super chat, one of our channel members. Another channel member, Deb, saying thank you for covering this launch. So important to take care of our astronauts as they stretch our boundaries. Buzzkill Jr. not being a buzzkill at all, with a very generous $20 super chat. It says, good luck to all of them. Hope they all come back safe. Sylvia with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much for that support. Thank you for L33 Tippy for $5 Australian super chat. Thank you so much. Chrissy5 Spirit Wolf, $2 super chat. Thank you, Chrissy. Megan Hill, the $2 super chat, checking in from St. Augustine. Dede765 with a $2 super chat, saying Godspeed from SAASS Class 34. John Kuntz joining with channel membership at the pad leader level. And Michael Lucas with a $2 super chat as well. Thank you all so much. Let's go ahead and turn now to our mission stats as they currently stand. With a touchdown in LZ1, that marked the second flight of Falcon 9 booster 1090. This was the 446th Falcon 9 launch to date, the 29th Falcon 9 flight of 2025. This was the 388th Falcon booster reflight, with a launch of a booster that has flown at least once. This is also the 29th orbital launch for SpaceX of the year so far, with no Falcon Heavy missions yet. This is the 139th orbital launch within the last 365 days, the 105th orbital launch for SpaceX from Pad 39A, and the 199th overall orbital flight from this pad as well. Here's the bar chart as it currently stands. Should read, of course, March 14th. Moving on to some recovery stats. This was the 49th booster landing at LZ1. That marked the 60th land landing in the Sunshine State, the 84th overall when you bring in the 24 from California. And tonight's launch, or landing, I should say, was the 417th for SpaceX successfully. Finally, with some industry stats, this was the 22nd orbital flight from Florida so far this year, the 30th from U.S. soil, the 32nd from U.S. Rocket Company, and the 49th orbital launch attempt from around the globe. Should note that if everything is on track with Rocket Lab, that stat will very shortly fall out of being true. As a matter of fact, we're just about 14 minutes away from Rocket Lab, taking flight from down in New Zealand. So far, there have been 0 launch failures. Here's where our pie chart currently stands with launches around the world. And bringing it back to launches right here in Florida, taking a look at some of the photos that our photographers captured throughout the course of this mission. This first one coming from McClain. At the moment of liftoff, a lot of onlookers here at the KSC press site. This next photo from our Adam Bernstein as the Falcon 9 cleared the tower. Back to McClain here as the Falcon 9 was making its ascent, and Adam was busy tracking the rocket for us live. And a shot of the booster making its return to LZ1. This shot also shot by McClain. And with the strong back fully upright, we're just about ready to bid you adieu with this launch, but want to thank just a few more folks. Got in some live chats there close to the buzzer. John Kuntz joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level. Michael Lucas with a $2 super chat saying go Crew-10, Godspeed. Mel Roberts Harold, another $5 super chat saying the folks at SpaceX are rock stars, as are all y'all that make spaceflight now. Best launch coverage hands down. Thank you for the kind words. Tim Koenig with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Tim. MedTech with a $10 super chat saying thanks for the great coverage as always. Sassy Patty with a $5 super chat saying a great time to be a lover of science. Michael T joining or marking 2 months with us as a channel member saying love this channel. Big thank you to Jeff for a $50 Canadian super chat. Thank you so much, Jeff. Who says, amazing GT at Seneca Polytechnic FPR, class of 2028. Best of luck with your studies. And finally, the Pilgrim Shadow with a $5 super chat asking if there's been any update on that piece that fell off, that bit of foreign object debris that we saw at the moment of separation. I'll say no, there hasn't been. However, there is a scheduled post-launch news conference coming up here in the next, I want to say, hour or so. So hopefully we will get some more information on that when that comes up. And for those who want to keep pace with what's going on with the launch of Rocket Lab and its Electron rocket, we've got those live views. You can head on over to our 24-hour live stream, Launchpad Live, right here on the YouTube channel. But as you can see, they are just a hair under 11 minutes away from liftoff with that Electron rocket on the mission. The lightning god reigns for Japan-based company IQPS. There's a view of the Electron rocket down in New Zealand. You can catch the full liftoff over, again, on Launchpad Live. We'll have that video for you. It's actually streaming there right now as we speak. So I want to thank all of you for being with us for these many hours of live coverage for the Crew-10 mission. Big thank you to our friends Pete Carsons with Max Q Productions, Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images. I also want to thank our photographers, Adam Bernstein, McClain, for all their hard work in photographing this launch and crew walkout. Big thanks to all of our moderators, Clisty Lee, Jeff Hansen, Rick Donner, Rusty Shackelford, Aussie Space Girl, Mark Otto, Astro Joe, and Astro Jen. Thank you all for all the hard work today and the previous time we had a Crew-10 launch attempt on Wednesday. Thanks to our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, for running the technical operations of the broadcast. Most importantly, thanks to you for wherever you've been watching from. As a reminder, now's a good time to subscribe. Hit that bell icon so you'll be alerted because we've got 2 overnight launches heading to kick off your Saturday morning with the planned launch of the Transporter 13 mission from California and Starlink 12-16 from here in Florida. You can find the times for those missions on our website, spaceflightnow.com. Just click the Launch Schedule tab. For all of us here at Spaceflight Now, I'm Will Robinson-Smith. Remember, be good to yourselves, be good to others, and we will see you next time, folks. And until then, goodbye and good night.